started. Okay. Twitch, kick YouTube. Grab me some chat. Oh, it got it right away this time. I don't know why it gives me trouble sometimes, but not today. Quick test. Oh, I lost my mouse. Welcome to the chat room. It says it frickin'. Okay, everything's working there. Okay, what is Twitch doing? Oh, that's my VPN. Yeah, whenever I try and connect initially with a VPN on, it'll ping a bunch and I get a bunch of welcome messages. I don't understand why. But I got it off now, so we're good. Okay. So everything's set up. Alright, the first thing I wanted to look into was I wanted to look into updates for the Ireland situation. There was that gruesome stabbing in Ireland that led to pretty severe protests. And I want to find out like what caused the initial altercation. Like it did look like he was trying to cut someone's head off. That is not normal. Let's see if they've gotten any new information about it. Recently, I've been seeing in the news a situation in Ireland where there was a gruesome stabbing. There's a lot of rhetoric going around online. Do we have any information on what caused it? What condition is the victim in? And what has happened to the perpetrator? That should get it for us. Let's check here. Ireland. Okay. Ireland, aggressive migrant is taught a valuable lesson by an Irish. I mean, I don't know. When we get into X, I'm not exactly sure what I can watch, and I'm pretty sure I can't watch that one. Let's see what it says. The 9th. This is the actual video. Okay, well, we can't. I have seen that one, and that one's gruesome. There's a reason they blur it. Okay, here we go. Let me get the mic in the right spot. There we go. All right, the incident you're thinking of is almost certainly the Belfast attack. It is, which happened in Northern Ireland rather than the Republic of Ireland. Yeah, there's two there. One is a part of the United Kingdom and one is not. Let's just pull up a map of that. Ireland map Google. So we got Northern Ireland, which is where it happened. Let me pull this up bigger. Northern Ireland, which is where this happened, and then Ireland, which is Ireland's its own country, which I think is a part of the EU. And Northern Ireland is a part of the United Kingdom, which left the EU. So let me just make sure. Is Ireland a part of the EU? Yes, okay. And then Northern Ireland would have separated with the rest of the United Kingdom. The two are often conflated, but Belfast is part of the UK. Here's what's confirmed as of the latest reporting. What happened and what allegedly caused it. Okay, allegedly. We don't know what caused it yet. The attack took place on Kinnard Avenue in North Belfast on Monday, June 8, 2026. Video posted online showed a man straddling another man on the street and slashing him repeatedly in the head and neck with what police described as a kitchen knife found at the scene. Bystanders intervened and tackled, the one guy kind of whacked him with a pole, but they did intervene. Yes, they did not tackle, from my understanding, from the video I saw. The attacker before police arrived. Importantly, the cause is not yet established and may not be a clean motive story. The police service of Northern Ireland has said there is no information suggesting the attack was terrorism related, and they are not seeking other suspects. So, like, to cause someone to attack you that severely with a knife, this can't just be random, right? Like, there has to be a reason, like an altercation of something that led to such an escalation, because like that is crazy. Like, you are never seeing the light of day again after that. And maybe even the victim, like, they lost one eye, had the other eye damaged. Like, that's horrible. Let me just make sure the chat's functioning. Okay, we're good. Importantly, the cause is not okay. Is that what I just read? I was halfway through this one. Much of the rhetoric you're seeing online is running ahead of what's actually known. Graphic video was circulated by far-right figures who used it to call for mass anti-immigration protests, and a great deal of unverified claims have spread alongside it. So I treat any confident online narrative about why it happened with real skepticism right now. So they don't know why yet, obviously. The victim's condition. The victim is Stefan Ogilville. Let's get his name right. I don't like butchering names, although I do it all the time.
Stephen Ogilvie.
Stephen Ogilvie. The victim is Stephen Ogilvie. He lost his left eye and suffered deep cuts to his head, face, and back. The most recent update from his family was cautiously positive. They said his condition was improving and that he could be woken from a coma within roughly 48 hours. I mean, they had to put him in a medically induced coma. Injuries are that bad. This is one area where disinformation has been a problem. His family put out a statement specifically to push back on false claims circulating on social media, clarifying that he was in a stable condition and that their focus was on his recovery. The family has also said they do not want the attack used as an excuse for intimidation or to divide people. I mean, like, when you see that video, the one that I will not show, but literally search Ireland on X and it was number 2. Like, that's a dividing video, okay? That's someone getting attacked with a knife in the street. I don't there's no situation that makes that okay. Like, there is no, oh, but this happened beforehand, that makes it fine to attack someone in someone in the street with a knife. Like, there's no there's no making it better. Like, it's dividing. Violence generally divides people. What's happened to the perpetrator? A 30-year-old man named in court as Hadi Allodid appeared by video link at Belfast Magistrates Court, charged with attempted murder. He was also charged with threatening to kill a radiographer. What? Oh, so he He was also charged with threatening to kill a radiographer the same day and with possessing a knife. So he threatened to murder someone and then attempted to murder someone. Like, did nobody was the threatening to murder someone beforehand? Did no one like follow up on that? He refused legal representation through an Arabic interpreter. I mean, he doesn't even speak English. Why? Like, in my opinion, if you come to Canada, you have to speak English or French. Because those are the two languages spoken in Canada. Why would you let someone into your country that doesn't speak the language that your primary language? Like, that's like the number one thing you have to be able to do to enter the country. Am I missing something here? Like, the communication barrier, if you don't speak the languages, prevents you from being able to integrate into society. Like, you can't bring people over if they don't speak the language. I don't get it. He refused legal representation through an Arabic. I said it wrong the first time. Now it's in my brain wrong.
Arabic.
Through an Arabic interpreter, and did not enter a plea, and was ordered held in jail. Police said he is a Sudanese. Okay, so like, I've heard he was from Sudan. The police said he is a Sudanese national who entered Northern Ireland from the Republic of Ireland in 2013, applying for asylum, and was granted a 5-year permit to remain. So he was fleeing the Republic of Ireland to Northern Ireland. I wonder why he was fleeing the Republic of Ireland. Sudanese map. Sudanese is from Sudan, right? Yeah, so they were saying he wasn't from Sudan, and now they're saying he is from Sudan. Okay. He does appear to be Sudanese. Because this is from the police that is a Sudanese national. Okay, the aftermath. The attack triggered serious unrest. 2 nights of rioting followed, with masked men setting fires to home they believed housed immigrants, torching a bus, and pelting police with rocks. Officials said more than 24 people lost their homes, and 12 police officers were injured in what the Northern Ireland secretary called racist thuggery. I mean, like, why add that to it? If you're letting people over from a country and then the people that you let into your country try to cut someone's head off in the street, I think, like, a justifiable reaction. I don't know about harming police officers, but protests and unrest is expected if you let people into your country that try to cut the heads off other people in your country. Like, you're going to have unrest if you do that. Generally, like, in my opinion, nationals that are born in your country, if you look at your nationals who are born in your country compared to immigrants that you bring in, I hold them to a higher standard. Like, I want to bring good people into my country, and I don't want to bring, like, beheaders into my country, okay? Because I can't do anything about the nationals that are here, so they're like, whatever, but the people we choose to enter our country, I hold at a higher standard. And clearly, in at least Northern Ireland, this standard has slipped, and they have let beheaders into their country. And this will lead to unrest. This will lead to mass unrest. You have to vet them, and you have to hold them to a higher standard. It's that simple. or you will have buses being burned down. And like, if another incident like this happens, they compound on each other. And so if you don't fix the problem, it's just going to keep getting worse until there is an extreme solution to it. So, like, fix the system. Who was it? I think it was, because this is UK, right? So this is Boris Johnson, the one that kind of just opened the UK up to letting in all the immigrants. Because it was Trudeau here. Trudeau in Canada was the guy that just, oh yeah, we're just gonna let in everyone. We got him out. We did. That sucked. Even though the current guy, Mark Carney, is a liberal, he is taking a much harsher stance on immigration. Not as harsh as I would like, but he is taking a harsher stance. So we're moving in the right direction. It looks like, from my understanding, the UK is as well. What was it? Restore Britain or something, the new party that they got there now, has, in their last election, which isn't for seats in their parliament, but is for like their municipal level, Restore Britain won a lot of seats. Like, I think they won the most seats in that election. So there's a lot of support. And I think it's 2 years until their next like leadership election, and you're gonna see one heck of a swing in the country because of incidents like this. Like, I think they're pretty much fed up with letting beheaders into their country. Like, this person should not have been granted asylum or whatever it was he was there for. Okay, where were we? The aftermath. The attack triggered serious unrest. 2 nights of rioting followed, with masked men setting fire to homes they believed housed immigrants, torching a bus, and okay, we read that. Ooh, I gotta start recording this too. There we go. One thing worth flagging, given your mention of online rhetoric, reporting has tied this to a broader pattern. The violence echoed riots 2 years earlier and protests a week before in Southampton, and commentators noted all of the cases involved Black or Asian suspects and white victims. I mean, like, those are the ones, if you're pushing a narrative, those are the incidents you're going to focus on, right? This is why immigrants have to be held to a high standard, because this will happen. Which is part of why these incidences are being amplified and framed the way they are online, sometimes well beyond the established facts. I hear that there were elections in Britain recently. They were like municipal elections, and that Restore Britain got a lot of votes and were supported. Can you go through and give me a chart of who made gains in the most recent elections? Let's have a look. Because it's been a wild ride in England and the UK recently. Where is it? All right, let's have a look. What's it gonna find? Oh, it's going to take a little bit. Claude Fable 5 is currently unavailable. I have no idea what that is, but 4.8, so I'm guessing 5 is the next one. It means it's coming out soon. Yeah, so it doesn't look like they know anything about what's led up to the incident. I remember hearing that, and that they'd gone through it. They'd come from the Republic of Ireland to Ireland. So like maybe their refugee visa or whatever, like they sought asylum in the Republic of Ireland, but you can only seek asylum and then like it's denied or accepted. And I assume it was denied, and so then they had to go somewhere else, and so they sought asylum in the UK, and they were on like a 5-year asylum thing. Like I don't think you should have people in your country when they're seeking asylum. Like shouldn't they stay in their home country, seek asylum, and then, I mean, I don't know, asylum is such a weird thing. Okay, so here we go. Reform UK net gains plus 1,453. Now the green is actually, from my understanding, Reform UK is like far right and the green is far left, and so both extremes saw the, like, people left the center to extremes, but Reform UK, the far right extreme, definitely made the biggest moves. Conservative, obviously you're right, so these people likely shifted that way. I think Liberal Democrats is their center party, and then Labour was their left party, I think, and so they lost. Holy, some of them went more left, but clearly, whoa, that's crazy. Who is the individual who did this attack? Okay. Why was in Northern Ireland? Almost. Northern Ireland. I think he was there on like a refugee thing. Based on what police state in court, Paddy is a Sudanese national who entered Northern Ireland from the Republic of Ireland in 2023, applied for asylum, and was granted a 5-year permit to remain. In short, he was there as an asylum seeker who had been given leave to remain. The details that he crossed in from the Republic is what prompted some politicians to call for a review of the open border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland in the wake of the attack. Like, I'm not caught up in my Irish history, but from my understanding, Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland have a fraught past. Like a terrorism related fraught past. And they finally got to the stage where there's like they were both in the EU, right? And so they had open border, and it settled down a lot, but there's definitely history there. And if they're looking at closing the border again, like that history could flare up. Though, as mentioned earlier, others pushed back hard on that framing, arguing a border wouldn't have prevented the violence. One thing worth flagging is that the account given by the PSNI at his court appearance shortly after the attack. Asylum and immigration details can be incomplete or get revised as cases proceed, so it's the official version of his mid-June court appearance rather than a fully educated record. Can you describe asylum for me? Under what circumstances can you seek asylum in another country? What circumstances can you seek asylum in Canada? Ooh, I should update what I'm talking about. Ireland situation. Perfect. Let's grab that. We are not talking about gerrymandering anymore. We shall update. How do I update on YouTube? Oh, it's here. Thanks. Perfect. Okay, here we go. Happy to walk through this. As a general framework is settled international law. The general framework is settled international law, but Canada's specific rules have been changing recently. So let me verify the current Canadian details before describing them. Okay. This is the whole thing where it tries to talk to you while it's doing its thinking. I've had it be like, oh crap, I found contradictory information. Give me a minute. I didn't say it like that, but that's what happened. Clearly. Okay. There are really two layers to asylum. The substantive question of who counts as someone deserving protection, and the procedural question of how and where you can actually claim it. Let me take them in turn. What asylum is. Asylum is protection a country grants to a foreign national who cannot safely return to their own country because they face prosecution or serious harm there. Like, that can be interpreted in so many different ways. Like, serious harm. I don't know. Like, could you consider poverty as serious harm? I mean, can you consider climate change as serious harm? Could we see a wave of climate asylum seekers? Like, we're about to have a super El Nino, and it's gonna, from my understanding, it messes with weather patterns across the world. And we've had, it was like, the last time, I don't remember the exact figures, but it was like 2 trillion or something in lost global economic value because of the last El Nino. And they're expecting this one to be more severe. I don't know. Okay, someone granted asylum can stay legally rather than being sent home. The core principle, but like, someone granted asylum. So if their asylum claim is pending, what happens? Because from my understanding, this individual that caused the knife attack had not been granted asylum. They were like going through the asylum review process, and they're given 5 years to do that, but they're allowed to reside within the country for those 5 years. Okay, where was I? Someone granted asylum can stay legally rather than being sent home. The core principle underpinning the whole system is non-refoulement. The rule that a country must not return a person to a place where they'd face persecution or torture. I mean, like, I don't know about this. There's a lot of you can interpret these like serious harm in a lot of different ways. This comes from the 1951 Refugee Convention and its 1967 protocol, which most countries, including Canada, have signed. It's worth distinguishing a few terms that get used loosely. A refugee is someone who meets the legal definition of needing protection, and a refugee is someone who meets the legal definition of needing protection. An asylum seeker is someone who has made a claim but whose case hasn't been decided. Okay, so You're a refugee once the claim is decided, and you're an asylum seeker before the claim is decided. And so you're asylum seeker. You're allowed to stay. You become a refugee. If you're not allowed to stay, then you're sent back. And asylum versus resettlement differ in where you ask. Asylum is typically claimed from inside the destination country or at its border, whereas resettlement is arranged from abroad, often through the UN Refugee Agency. Like, this is the one that is preferable, right? If he was going through the resettlement process as an asylum seeker, then he would be in the original country until the claim is processed and then not allowed in. Like, you don't let the beheaders in, okay? That one's pretty simple. That causes a lot of problems. If you forget this rule, you will be reminded of this rule eventually. Okay, just playing around with the vertical settings here. Differ. Whereas resettlement is arranged from abroad. Okay, the grounds for seeking asylum. Under the Refugee Convention, the classical definition of a refugee is a person with a well-founded fear of persecution on one of 5 grounds. Okay, let's just I wanna know how many refugees enter Canada each year. How many enter the US and how many enter the UK? I mean, I want to chart more of them. France. But let's start with these 3. Have a look. Now the US figures, okay. Well, it does that. Sudan. Yeah, like Sudan is going through a rough spot. You have gold mines down here, and I think it's your United Arab Emirates really like these gold mines because they're like a big gold hub. So they've invested into like the proxy group that's fighting against the like the armed forces of Sudan, and they control this region, and so they control the gold here, and this is just a brutal civil war. Like, this is the genocide. Like, this is a genocide happening right now in the world. You got Ireland. Okay, let's see. Let's get the figures. All right. Asylum claims. Canada. Resettled refugees. Look at the United States. Resettled refugees. They resettled 100,000. And then in 2025, so Trump, near 0. They just reduced the resettlement to 0. Asylum claims / applications. So these are not the actual figures of people that are let in. These are the people claiming to want to be let in. 171,000 in Canada. 80. That about tracks. I mean, you look at it like a 10-fold increase in the size of the United States. I mean, the United Kingdom had less. 100,000. Okay, so there's asylum claims people who arrive, often on their own, and claim protection from inside the country or at its borders. these numbers are large. Resettled refugees, people selected abroad, usually via the UN Refugee Agency and brought in through a formal government program. These numbers are much smaller and are deliberate policy choice. Okay. Canada received that many claims in 2024 at ports of entry and inland offices. Separately, on the resettlement side, Canada resettled over 49,000 refugees in 2024, more than a quarter of all those resettled worldwide that year. Whoa. The resettlement number is coming down by design. For 2025, the plan was to welcome 38,350 resettled refugees. One more figure that's easy to mix up in 2024. 76,000 refugees and protected persons were admitted as permanent residents. That's people finalizing the permanent resident status, a different count again. There's so many counts. So these are the people seeking a claims, and these are how many claims were allowed. Okay. United States. The asylum numbers dwarf the others because of the southern border situation. Asylum applications were about 900,000, around 900,000 2024, 2025. Yeah, down about 4% from record high resettlement. By contrast, this one dramatically saw admitted the highest roughly 3 decades, but resettlement halted in January 2025 and the program was suspended indefinitely. The refugee administration ceiling for the year 2026 was set at 7,500, the lowest in the program's 45-year history. And from February to December 2025, there were just 1,226 total admissions, over 1,000 of them from South Africa. In December 2025, the administration also paused decisions on many pending asylum cases. So as of early 2026, both U.S. streams are at or near standstill despite the huge backlog of applications. Okay. So in 2024, about 108 people applied for asylum, surpassing the previous 2002 record. The 2025, there were 82,000 applications related to 100,000 individuals. Does it tell how many were let in? Still lower. So, a couple of caveats worth holding on to. The years aren't perfectly aligned. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's a lot of asylum claims, and they're moving a lot. 76,000 refugees and protected persons were admitted as permanent residents. So this is one of the when they show you immigration targets, asylum is always one of the groups, right? I don't know how I don't like asylum seekers staying in your country while they seek asylum, because can't anyone say they're being persecuted and seek asylum then? Like, isn't this a way for like a hostile actor to enter the country and cause problems? Like we just witnessed it in Northern Ireland. Like, you don't want those kinds of problems. And I get it, if they're seeking asylum, then they haven't gone through like the vetting process, and they're in the process of doing that. But if you let them in the country when they're in the process of being vetted, you can't be surprised if problems happen. I don't know. That whole situation is so messy. I think they got to fix that system, or they're going to have more problems. Okay. We are going to move on. I have to cut this. I have to turn that off, turn that on. The music a little loud. I don't know. Let's have a look. Turn it down just a tad. Okay. I want to look at the Jeffrey Epstein situation. So there are a lot of wild theories. Like a lot of wild things look like they're true in the Jeffrey Epstein situation. And that's, in my opinion, caused a lot of people to go further and to create even wilder things, because the original wild things they said, like they turned out to be true. And so now they go further, and there's some crazy theories of what happened out there, and I want to have a neutral look at it. Let's see what's actually true. I've been hearing a lot about the Epstein files recently in the news. The claims range from prostitution out of a pizzeria to ritualistic child murder, and I have no idea what is true. Can you go through some of the information that has been made public and go through the main claims and give me your opinion on their reliability? Let's see. Oh, we gotta update. Oh, that's not what I want to do. What is true with the Epstein files? Capitalize that. And now we will update our information. Ireland situation. Here we go. Okay, I'll go until it actually starts giving me a response. This is genuinely confusing topic because real documented crimes have gotten tangled up with conspiracy theories that have no evidence behind them. The most useful thing I can do is sort the claims into tiers by how well they're actually supported. Let me do that. That is exactly what I want you to do. What's firmly established? Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender who sexually abused and trafficked underage girls. This isn't in dispute. So, I mean, right there, underage girls. Yeah. That part appears to be true. He pleaded guilty in 2008 in Florida to soliciting prostitution from a minor, registered as a sex offender, and was arrested again in 2019 on federal sex trafficking charges before dying in his jail cell. His associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, was convicted by a federal jury in New York in 2021 of sex trafficking for helping recruit underage victims, and is serving a 20-year sentence. She got 20 years for her crimes. Like, there was multiple counts of this. Don't they add up? Right? Like, shouldn't she be in jail for like 7,000 years or something? Because this wasn't a one-time thing. The Department of Justice's own memo confirmed he harmed more than 1,000 victims. Whoa. So the 20-year sentence times 1,000. Put her in jail for like 20,000 years. That sounds about right. That's the bedrock, and it's horrific on its own terms. The files themselves are also real. Under the Epstein File Transparency Act, signed November 2025, the Department of Justice has released nearly 3.5 million pages, plus more than 2,000 videos and 180,000 images, with the largest batch dropping January 30th, 2026. These consist of email change, text messages. The issue you run into in a lot of situations here is Jeffrey Epstein got his power through blackmail. Like, that is how he got people to do what he wanted. He would acquire legitimate blackmail material on people, but he would also acquire illegitimate blackmail material on people. And he was very good at creating blackmail material, because any association with him at all made you look like a pedophile. So if you associated with him in any way, he could turn that into blackmail material. And so that's how he kept people silent about it for so long. And so when you're looking at email chains, like, is this an email chain? Like, Epstein was incentivized to make the email chain look bad. He was incentivized to create the email chain. What's real and what's not? No idea. No idea. You have someone incentivized to make it look as bad as possible, and it looks as bad as possible. So, like, Epstein did the blackmail part of his job very well. I can't tell what's real or what's not. And I don't know how they can possibly go through and tell what's real and what's not. And apparently, they've decided just to ignore it entirely in the US. So we'll see how that goes for them. Like, the 1,000 victims, that's real. Like, that the DOJ's own memo confirmed he harmed more than 1,000 victims. And so, as much as you can't look at anything specifically, like any email chain or text message chain that you see specifically and be like, oh, that's true. There's 1,000 victims. So clearly some of it is true. Internal investigation reports, news articles, bank statements, wire transfers, flight logs, and FBI interview summaries. What the files actually show. The documents establish the breadth of Epstein's social and financial network, and he stayed connected to wealthy and powerful people, including after his 2008 conviction, where he was convicted for soliciting prostitution from a minor. So even after he was convicted, like, this is the group that's suspicious here. The wealthy and powerful people that stayed connected to him after he was already convicted of soliciting prostitution from a minor. Like, that's the group you want to look at. Several named figures have faced real consequences from what the emails reveal. I mean, like, has anyone faced consequences in the US? Like, outside of the US, association with Jeffrey Epstein will get you, like, disowned from a royal family. Did they do that? Where am I here? Let's go. What member of the royal family in the UK was associated with Epstein? What happened to him? Did they disown him? let's see. Where were what the files actually showed? Okay, so several named figures have faced real consequences from what the emails revealed. Resignations at Goldman Sachs and elsewhere. I mean, like that's not resigning isn't exactly facing consequences. Like put him in jail. That's consequences. Okay. The Royal Prince Andrew. That's who I thought, but I didn't want to say the name of a prince and be wrong. The Duke of York, King Charles III's younger brother, and late Queen Elizabeth II's son. He was a longtime friend of Epstein, and the relationship continued even after. Even after the conviction. Yeah. The central allegation came from. Okay, what happened to him? Yes, in effect, the family did formally cut him loose in stages. The decline ran for years, but it accumulated in late 2025. On October 20th, 2025, Buckingham Palace announced that King Charles had initiated a formal process to remove his style, titles, and honor, and that he would be known simply as Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. This stripped him of both his Duke of York peerage and his birth title of Prince. He was also evicted from the Royal Lodge, the mansion near Windsor he had occupied, and removed from the official royal website and the royal of the peerage. I mean, that doesn't sound like disowning. The palace was pointed about it. It said these censures were necessary, notwithstanding his continual denial of the allegations, and empathized sympathy for the victims and survivors of abuse. I mean, to be honest, I don't see a lot of sympathy for the victims. Like, every time I see the victims, the people in power just want to make it go away. They don't. There's not a whole lot of sympathy. And I didn't see any sympathy from him. I didn't see any sympathy from the White House. I haven't seen much sympathy at all for the victims. So while disowned isn't a formal legal term, that's a fair description of the practical effect. He's now treated as a private citizen rather than a working member of the family. The most recent development goes beyond the royal demotion into legal jeopardy. In February 2026, he was arrested on suspicion of misconduct. I mean, like, if you get to the point where you're hanging out with someone convicted of soliciting prostitution from a minor, there's no coming back. Like, you've reached a stage where disowning you is not going to fix the behavior. Clearly. Suspicion of misconduct in public office following the new Epstein files revelation, then released about 11 hours later under investigation, meaning neither charged nor cleared, but his legal situation is still unresolved as of now. One thing worth keeping in mind, the criminal allegations against him, remain an allegation he denies and was settled in civil court, not proven in a criminal trial. The misconduct arrest is separate and still open matter. The title removals, by contrast, are simply done. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to see jail time, personally. But I guess, as a prince, they just don't face the same accountability as normal people. Although he's removed from a prince now, does that mean you can go after him now? Put him in jail? Maybe. But at least outside of the US there's been some accountability. Inside the US there's like no accountability at all for associating with Jeffrey Epstein, even after he was convicted of soliciting prostitution from a minor. Okay, where were we? What's firmly established, what the files actually show. So, some resignations. A notable detail. A draft Florida indictment from the 2000s would have charged Epstein alongside roughly 3 others described as having facilitated appointments between Epstein and girls, but their names are redacted and no one beyond Epstein and Maxwell was ever federally charged. I mean, so they know of other people. Roughly 3 others, so they know of other people that were basically, like, that's what Ghislaine Maxwell was doing, right? Facilitating appointment between Epstein and girls. So there's other people that should have been charged with Ghislaine Maxwell, and they have not been. Important caveat: appearing in the files is not evidence of a crime. Like, this is the thing, right? I mentioned this earlier. Epstein was incentivized to create blackmail material. He was incentivized to do that. I have no doubt that he did that. Now, there are real victims, like at least 1,000. So, like, there was crime, but he was also incentivized to create blackmail material. And so anything that you could have gotten from Epstein is tainted because of his incentives. Like, you can't trust it. Being in the Epstein files is not evidence of a crime. Even if he says you did crimes, this is Epstein saying you did crimes, and not proof that you did crimes. So this is where it gets really murky, right? Because, like, from all the evidence that I see, Trump didn't engage with this. Like, he wasn't guilty of like the child stuff, right? Or really any of it, from my understanding. He was associated with him, but there's definitely evidence that makes him look guilty. And that evidence is acquired from Jeffrey Epstein. And so all of a sudden you can't, like, if Epstein was clearly good at creating blackmail material, and so he clearly made blackmail material about Trump, like, this is just something he would do. And so what can you trust there is difficult. And all the people like Ghislaine Maxwell that they interview, they like say that he didn't do anything, and so it's so murky because anything you hear from Epstein cannot be trusted. And that's the primary source of the Epstein files are about Epstein and what his emails and his doings, right? Okay, let's continue. I want to... Can you tell me what the victims of the Epstein files say? Can you go through their testimonies and what they say is true? Because Ghislaine Maxwell is also currently incentivized to lie or to give a very specific story, which she is given. And now that she gave the specific story that everyone expected to hear, is it true? We don't know. Let's continue. Where were we? What has no credible evidence? We were not there yet. What was investigated and not substantialized? Were we even there? Gosh, I keep getting distracted. Appearing in the files is not evidence of a crime. Absolutely. Many prominent names show up. Trump, Bill Clinton, Elon Musk, and others are mentioned but have not been tied to wrongdoings. Being in someone's contact list, emails, or flight logs means you were in their orbit, not you committed a crime. This distinction gets erased constantly in viral coverage. Absolutely. Not evidence of a crime. Like, it can be used as circumstantial evidence, like if you're building a narrative for real evidence, but you still need some kind of real evidence. And there's nothing that's actually showed up there. But it doesn't look good. being in the Epstein files does not look good. Even if there is no proof that you committed the crime. It definitely is not a good look. Okay. What was investigated and not substantiated? This is where a lot of the loudest claims fall apart. The Department of Justice and FBI concluded they found no evidence that Epstein kept a client list or that he blackmailed prominent associates. What wasn't blackmail his whole thing? They clarified that while Epstein kept exhaustive contact lists, there was no master ledger of customers, of registers of payment for sex. I mean, why would you keep that? Right? Like, that makes sense. He absolutely blackmailed. Like, there's no evidence that he kept a client list or that he blackmailed prominently. You can read some of the emails exchanges. He was blackmailing is what he was doing. So I don't know about that one. This is how he kept people silent about it. Like that is how he did it. On his death, the Department of Justice released roughly 10 hours of security footage from outside his Manhattan cell, which appeared to show no one entering before his death, supporting the conclusion that he died by suicide. Notably, FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bonjingo had themselves previously questioned the suicide finding, but after taking office acknowledged he died by suicide. You don't have to take any of this on faith, but the people now confirming it include former skeptics with every political incentive to find otherwise. So they think he really killed himself. I mean, I was hearing theories that he got out and he was let out. So I mean, if he's dead, I don't really care how it happened. I'm kind of just happy that the monster's gone. Put him in a hole or put him in a jail cell for the rest of life, and if he takes his own life, like it makes the world a little better, in my opinion. I'd flag genuine open questions here too. Like the whole thing is the Department of Justice's own memo confirmed he harmed more than 1,000 victims. Like, no matter what else you look at, he was a monster. Like, there's no getting around that. On his death, did I just read that? Yeah. I'd flag genuine open question here too. Survivors and the bipartisan authors of the Transparency Act have criticized the redactions, and the Department of Justice hasn't fully explained what's excluded. So, no evidence found is not the same as everything is resolved. Skepticism about completeness is reasonable. That's different from the special debunk claims below. So we don't have all the information yet, because there's criticism on the redactions. Like, they were going to charge roughly 3 others described as having facilitated appointments between Epstein and girls. They were going to charge this back in the 2000s, but their names are redacted. So people that were going to be charged, you can't even see their names. What has no credible evidence at all? The prostitution out of a pizzeria. What? I thought that one was proven. I thought this was just proof at this point. Okay, the prostitution out of a pizzeria and ritualistic child murder claims you mentioned aren't really about Epstein. They're Pizzagate and its QAnon descendants bleeding into the Epstein story. Okay. Pizzagate originated in 2016 from hacked John Podensky's emails, where 4chan users decided that words like cheese pizza were codified referring to child abuse, or that a DC restaurant, Comet Ping Pong, was a trafficking hub. Washington police and other authorities rejected the claims. No evidence of child trafficking, abuse, or ritualistic activity were ever found. The restaurant doesn't even have the basement the theory centered on. A believer showed what if they cemented in the basement? Like, come on. If these claims were true, you would just cement over your basement, right? Yeah. No basement, no story. A believer showed up with AR-15 in December 2016 to self-investigate. Fired shots, found nothing, and went to prison. I thought Pizzagate was proven by the Epstein files. What? Am I just listening to like online stuff? I know I have another question down here, but I forget what it is. I don't want to keep asking it more. So we might ask about Pizzagate, if I remember. The ritualistic child murder strand comes from how Pizzagate was absorbed into QAnon, which expanded it into claims of a global elite harvesting children's blood for adrenochrome and fabricated snuff film Frazzle Dip. They made a film about it. Scholars compare this directly to the 1980s satanic panic, an era of moral hysteria and false ritual-based accusations. None of it supported by evidence, and in 2026 it's being revised specifically because amateurs noticed the word pizza appear more than 900 times in the Epstein files in Monday context like head counts for pizza, which tells you how the pattern matching works. So there is no credible evidence at all that Pizzagate or the ritualistic child murder happened. Very substantive evidence of Jeffrey Epstein trafficking underage girls. Okay. There's something else I wanted to talk about, and then I wanted to talk about that. Let's keep going. My honest read on reliability. The tragedy is real and large. Epstein and Maxwell trafficked and abused many underage girls, protected for years by wealth and connections. That deserves anger. The documented network of powerful associates is real, and some of those people genuinely have questions to answer. Legitimate, unresolved issues remain around redactions and transparency. But the most sensational claims, blackmail client list that he was murdered to silence. Okay. The most sensational claims, a blackmail client list that he was murdered to silence him, and especially anything involving pizzerias or ritual killings, either were investigated and unsupported or were never about Epstein to begin with and have been debunked for years. A useful filler. The closer a claim sits to the court records, convictions, and release documents, the more reliable it is, the more it depends on decoding secret meanings or invoking cabals and rituals, the less serious it's worth taking. If you want to go deeper, say what specific name figures and emails actually implicated versus merely mentioned. I mean, like, involves real victims of abuse. It's worth adding that if any of this touches you personally and support's available. Okay. I had a question I asked. What's this one? Can you tell me what the victims of Epstein's files say? Can you go through their testimonies and what they say is true? Okay, I don't know if I'll be able to go into all of this, but I know they made books and stuff, so about their stories. Several survivors have told their accounts publicly under oath at trial and sworn affidavits in interviews and in memoirs. What's striking and what this music is weird for the context. Something not so upbeat, please. Better. Not great. Not great. Let's find a good one. Give me piano. Okay. Several survivors. I'm gonna cut this as a different section, actually. I gotta get them in smaller chunks. People don't like clicking on a 2-hour video. Alright, here we go. So, can you tell me what the victims of the Epstein's files say? Can you go through their testimonies and what they say is true? Here we go. Several survivors have told their accounts publicly, under oath at trial, in sworn affidavits, in interviews, and in memoir. What's striking and what gives their accounts weight is how consistently independent victims who don't know each other describe the same pattern. Here's what they've said. The reoccurring pattern. Across testimonies, the mechanics are remarkably similar. A girl, often young and from a vulnerable or unstable background, is approached, frequently by Maxwell, sometimes by other recruited girls, and offered something legitimate, sounding like paid work as a massage therapist. The massage becomes a pretext for sexual abuse. Maxwell is described as normalizing it, sometimes presenting or participating, which made the girls feel it was safe or acceptable. Victims were then often passed to others. This isn't one person's story, it's the through line of many. The Maxwell trial witnesses. 4 women testified, and this is the most legally tested testimony because a jury heard it. The defense cross-examined it, and it produced a conviction. Jane, I'm assuming the quotes there is just because that's the name she goes by in the trial. So Jane testified she was 14 when Maxwell and Epstein recruited her in... Give me a second. my screen cable gave me an issue. Epstein recruited her in 1994 while she was at a Michigan summer camp, and that the abuse continued for years. Kate, again, probably just a name that they used in the court filings, said she was 17 when Maxwell encouraged her to give Epstein sexualized massages. At one point, like you're so close to being at the legal age. Why target a 17-year-old? I don't get it. I don't get that. Like that's 14. That's horrible. Like that one is, you go to jail forever, in my opinion. Anyway, let's continue. Kate says she was 17 when Maxwell encouraged her to give Epstein sexualized massages, at one point directing her to wear a schoolgirl outfit. I mean, like, if they were of a legal age, it would still be weird, but it wouldn't be illegal, right? If she was a year older. but like that one's horrible. Carolyn testified another horrible one, right? Testified that she was 14 when the abuse began. Like, they abuse, so um like, I don't think you would describe normal prostitution as abuse. So when they use the word abuse, it stands to me like, from my understanding, um, like he would traffic them. So like he would essentially like remove their freedoms and set them up with other people. Um, and so like that is what I understand as the abuse. Um, and so this isn't simply prostitution, because he was convicted of child underage soliciting underage prostitution, but there's significantly more to it than that, because it's described as abuse. The abuse began in 2001, and that Maxwell scheduled the appointments. Carolyn's worked on the stand were wrenching. Caroline's words on the stand were wrenching. She said Maxwell fondled her, and that for her, her soul is broken, and so is my heart. When the defense suggested she was testifying for money, she responded that money would never fix what was done to her. What were Caroline's words on the stand? I mean, I don't even know if I want to know, to tell you the truth. But we will let it figure that out, and I'll decide that when we get there. The fourth, Annie Farmer, is significant because she testified under her real name rather than a pseudonym. She said she went to Epstein's New Mexico ranch in 1996 at age 16, believing they'd help her with her academic goals, and that instead Maxwell fondled her and Epstein climbed into bed with her uninvited. She framed it as deliberate, a pattern of them working on confusing my boundaries with the ultimate goal of sexually abusing me. What the court validated. This matters for your what's true question. The jury convicted Maxwell of sex trafficking and specifically found her guilty of trafficking Carolyn between 2001 and 2004 when she was a minor. So Carolyn's account in particular isn't just an allegation. It was accepted by a jury beyond reasonable doubt after cross-examination. Maxwell is serving 20 years. Virginia Guthrie, the most prominent accuser. She said she was 16 and worked as so before we go further into this, what I understand and what I consider to be like horrendous things. Like generally prostitution like is illegal in the US. From my understanding it's illegal in Canada too. But not like highly, like kind of like speeding. It's not something that they actively go after unless there's a problem. But I like personally, what two consenting adults choose to do, I don't really care. Like as long as there is the consent there, even if there's money involved, I don't care. It gets a little weird when it comes to like people working together and someone in a position of power and can fire someone. Like I don't fundamentally think a relationship there is bad, but it can be bad. And I've seen that one like there was that popular case of there was a woman, her boss was hitting on her. She struck him down. Okay, my screen is giving me problems again. She clearly struck him down on phone calls. Obviously, he did not give up, and later on, there was an encounter, a sexual encounter, and then she later went on to kill herself because of it. Like, no means no, right? Because I've seen that used really weirdly in the Carter Hart situation, but like, there's cases where that is a problem. And so in the whole boss employee thing, there's some weird stuff that can happen there, even though I don't feel like fundamentally there can't be a true romantic relationship. But anyway, what I'm getting to is the issue that I see as bad is when there is not consent, when there is basically if they're underage, we largely agree they're not able to give consent, and so that's always bad. If they're trafficked, I also see that as them not being able to give consent if you've trafficked them. And so those are the ones that those are the ones against the law that I think you should be going to prison for and not getting out. And so with that context, let's continue. The most prominent accuser, Virginia Giuffre, said that she was 16, so she was underage, and working at a locker room / spa attendant at the Mar-a-Lago. I mean, like, that doesn't look good. Like, this is just another fact that doesn't look good for Trump. Why did you have a 16-year-old working as a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago? Like, she should not have been hired. When Maxwell recruited her into Epstein orbit, like, no clear indication that anything happened, right? From my understanding, nothing happened there. But still, like, a 16-year-old as a spa attendant at your private golf club is like, that looks bad. Maxwell recruited her into Epstein's orbit, and that she was sexually abused and trafficked to other powerful men. Her account came through court fillings, interviews, and filing her post-humoral memoir, Nobody's Girl. She died, right? Like, something occurring or published after a person's death. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure she suicided after telling her story. Like, that's wild. Like, you don't lie and then kill yourself. That maybe another one I'll look up. My list is expanding far faster than it's shrinking. Okay. Published in October 2025, and she died by suicide in April 20th, 2025 at 41. She had left explicit instructions that she wanted the book published regardless of what happened to her. So she wrote it knowing, right? In it, she describes the abuse by Epstein and Maxwell and alleges 3 sexual encounters with then Prince Andrew. Whoa. Whoa. And they didn't put the guy in prison. I mean, UK's kind of dropping the ball on that one. The memoir also revealed her own early history. She wrote that she had been sexually abused in childhood by her father and a family friend, which she connected to the vulnerability that made her a target. Oh. Her father has denied this. Okay. An important distinction on Guthrie's account: the abuse by Epstein and Maxwell is well collaborated and underpinned settlements and convictions. The specific allegations against Prince Andrew is one he has constantly and categorically denied. It was settled in civil court, no administration of liability, and never proven in a criminal trial, so it sits in a different evidentiary category than, say, Caroline's Journey validated account, which I've asked a question about there, and we'll get into. What survivors are saying now. As a group, they've stayed unified and vocal through the 2026 file releases. Annie Farmer called the congressional vote to release the files victory, a long overdue victory, and said she believes the files contain names not heard before of people who participated in, enabled, and funded the crimes. But survivors have also been sharply critical of how the release was handled. A group of 18 women objected to the release, exposed survivors. I mean, this was a mess. The redactions just gave. They redacted perpetrators' names and released victims' names. Like, it was poorly done. It was very poorly done. And at the level they're doing it, like, you almost feel like it's by design. Like, this should be the FBI doing this, right? You don't make mistakes at this level. When you release victims' names, it's because you're trying to intimidate the victims. And when you redact perpetrators' names, it's because you're trying to protect the perpetrators. So, as much as I think a lot of the released stuff, as I said, like, being in the Epstein files does not make you a criminal. It looks bad for you. Definitely looks bad for you. Does not make you a criminal. He was incentivized to create blackmail material on people. But that was a mess. So, a group of 18 women objected to the release exposed survivors' own names and identifying information, while the men who abused them remained hidden and protected. That tension, wanting transparency about perpetrators while protecting victims, is the core of where survivors stand today. So to answer directly what the victims say is true, Epstein and Maxwell ran a system to recruit, groom, and sexually abuse underage girls and traffic some of them to others. That the abuse was systemic rather than incidental, and that powerful people were in proximity to it. The first two of those are no longer just claims, they were proven in court. The question of which powerful people were complicit versus many merely present is exactly what remains contested and partly unresolved. Given the substance matter here, abuse and suicide of any... Okay, that's... the question of which powerful people were complicit versus merely present is exactly what remains contested and partly unresolved. Like, when they're not given the perpetrator names, you can't know, right? Like, clearly, they handled this so poorly. They handled this whole thing so poorly. Yeah. So, a lot of the crazy stuff that I've been hearing go around, it doesn't sound like any of that. But there was victims. There was definitely abuse. Epstein and Maxwell ran a system to recruit, groom, and sexually abuse underage girls and traffic some of them to others. That is true. We know that to be true. The abuse was systematic rather than incidental, and that powerful people were in proximity to it. Yeah. First two are no longer just claims. So let's see. Carolyn, so this was Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. This has gone through trial. This has gone through cross-examination. And this is what's come out. So let's have a look. Here are Carolyn's actual words from her testimony at Ghislaine Maxwell's 2021 trial, where she testified about abuse that began when she was 14. Describing Maxwell's direct role, she told the courts that the one thing Maxwell was involved in was fondling and touching, and that for that, her soul was broken, and so was her heart. The other widely reported moment came during cross-examination when the defense suggested that she was testifying to get money. She rejected that flatly. No money will not ever fix what that woman has done to me, and added that what Maxwell did was wrong, that she takes vulnerable young girls and traffics them, and that she was terrified her own daughters could be trafficked. For context around those words, Carolyn testified that Maxwell... Okay, so basically the same things that we heard before. Those are clearly the standout moments of the trial. The ones that got reported. Now, what was I... Okay, where was I? Let's cut this again. I'm going to try and keep this into more bite-sized chunks. Now, how do the Epstein files and Pizzagate relate? I was watching a video and they were telling me that the Epstein files confirm the existence of Pizzagate, and they provided some good evidence. Oh my god. Because they had me believing. Alright, while it does its thinking, I'll update stuff. Stream info. Maybe the word Pizzagate will get people to just click on it and show up. Who knows? Okay, here we go. Short answer, no, the Epstein files don't confirm Pizzagate, and the evidence in those videos is a good case study in how a compelling feeling argument can be built out of nothing. Let me walk through exactly what they're showing you and why it doesn't hold up, because the reasoning matters more than the conclusion. What the evidence actually is. The centerpiece is almost always a word count. That's so loose. Like, people talk about pizza all the time. The word pizza appears more than 900 times across the release documents. The theory says pizza is a code word for child trafficking. This is recycled straight from the original 2016 Pizzagate cheese pizza claim. So 900 mentions sounds like a smoking gun. Some videos go further and decode specific phrases. For instance, an email with the subject U9 Red Pizza Party, which one user claims refers to the blood of children under 9 years. Okay, why it falls apart. 3 separate problems. First, scale. The files are a massive batch of records spanning roughly 2 decades, involving many people in Epstein's orbit, not just emails with Epstein himself on them. And a corpus of 3.5 million pages of people's emails and texts over 20 years, the word pizza appearing 900 times isn't surprising, as expected. People order pizza. A word count, and quite often when you purchase pizza, like, it's an event, it's a party, it's a gathering, right? Like, quite often pizza is one of those things you buy and you eat as a group when you're going to meet people. So it is one of the words that shows up more prominently in emails and messages to people. A word count that large only looks meaningful if you don't ask, compared to what? Search those same files for coffee or dinner, and you'd get similar or higher counts, frequently in a giant pile of ordinary correspondence is not a signal, it's noise. Second, the actual context. When fact checkers read the surrounding text rather than just counting the word, the mentions are mundane. Head counts for pizza at gatherings, thanks for providing pizza to a crew, casual chat about pizza and grape soda. Crucially, the supposed sinister example have explanations found elsewhere in the same case files. No credible evidence shows anyone used pizza to mean anything other than food. The U9 Red Pizza Party turned out to be an ordinary explanation when you read the rest of the document. That's the tell. The theory works only by quoting the spoken phrase and not showing you the next email. Third, and this is the big one, it's a category error. Pizzagate isn't a general claim that elites abuse kids. It's a specific claim that Hillary Clinton and John Posada ran a child sex ring out of the basement of a comic ping pong. It's so dumb. I mean, clearly Epstein ran a child sex ring out of somewhere, out of his ranch. So like, it has happened. It has happened. But then Hillary Clinton and John Podesta ran it out of a comic ping pong. A particular pizzeria in Washington, D.C. That specific claim was I wonder if that pizzeria like leaned into it in order to like get free promotional content. Lean into the conspiracy, you know? Okay, that specific claim was investigated and is false on its own terms. The restaurant doesn't even have a basement. The Epstein files are about a different person, different places, different people. Even though Epstein genuinely did traffic and abuse children, that part is real and proven. That doesn't retroactively make the comic ping pong story true. Two different claims, proving one doesn't nothing about the other. The rhetorical move to watch for. This is the engine of the whole thing. The video blur powerful people sexually abusing children. True documented horrifying Epstein into. Therefore, the specific Pizzagate theory was right all along. False. The genuine horror of the Epstein case gets used to launder a separate debunked theory. It feels like vindication because the emotional claim, elites get away with abusing kids, has a real example behind it. But the emotional truth of that doesn't transfer to the factual claims about a DC pizzeria and a coded pizza emails. Oh. Well, it's starting to look like Pizzagate was not real. Okay. I mean, I definitely watched videos of people relating Epstein stuff to Pizzagate, so. There's also a structural reason these theories never die. Conspiracy theories tend to be self-sealing. Evidence that contradicts the theories gets reinterpreted as a proof of how deep the cover-up goes. So a fact check saying these are dinner emails becomes to a believer evidence that the fact checkers are in on it. That's not a feature of a strong theory. It's the hallmark of one that can't be falsified, which in evidence terms is a weakness, not a strength. A test you can apply yourself. When someone claims hidden coded language, ask, did they show you the decryption working both ways? Okay, I don't care. The people, all right. It's talking about other stuff now. Sounds like Pizzagate is still just a unrelated theory online. Okay. We covered that. We covered that. I remember watching an Alex Jones video where he specifically went out and found like elite in a ritual of some kind. Can you go into detail for me about this? Can you provide me a link to the video? I remember watching this one a little while ago. The surprising number of times Alex Jones has been right about things. Oh, I should cut this. I guess that one's rather short. Where'd I go? Because this was a real event. Yes. And this is one where like my brain goes to like the ritualistic things that basically my brain auto corrects that all the ritualistic things that the rich do is correct because Alex Jones went and found one and took actual video evidence of some kind of weird ritual. That's not the right one. Alex Jones ritual video. Maybe we can find it here. Dark secrets inside Bohemia Grove. Satanic ritual footage. Secret meeting Illuminati. I mean, that does sound exactly like what I'm talking, the video I'm talking about. So let's see. This one is real and documented, unlike the pizza claims. So let me give you the straight story. All right, here we go. Yes, this one. Oh, well, before we start, I gotta start changing what I talk about. No longer Pizzagate. Pizzagate was false. Just like I originally thought. Here we go. So, we are looking at Alex Jones' video. Did he find some kind of satanic ritual? Yes, this one actually happened, and it's documented in mainstream sources, not just conspiracy channels. So unlike the pizza claims, there's real evidence at the center. The trick is separating the real evidence from the narration Jones layers on top of it. So he's not going to tell the truth about what he found. Let's see what he says, and then we're going to watch the video. What is it? In July 2000, Alex Jones and a cameraman snuck into Bohemian Grove, a 2,700-acre private retreat in Monte Rio, California, owned by the Bohemia Club, an invitation-only men's club founded in San Francisco in 1872. It's genuinely an elite institution. Its members had long skewed towards the richest and most powerful men in the U.S., and confirmed attendees over the years include President Nixon, Eisenhower, Reagan, both Bushes, and as ProPublica reported in 2023, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thompson had been attending for decades. So the basic premise, powerful people gathered here in secret, is true. Jones filmed the 'Cremation of Care' ceremony with a hidden camera. 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 'Crem and it became the centerpiece of his documentary, Dark Tides Inside Bohemian Grove. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's have a look at the video.
I tell you, it's beautiful out here during the day, but it is spooky at night. I don't know if you guys got some footage of it, but all the fog and the rest of it.
Okay, that's not.
So are you excited?
Oh yeah, I really want to.
Okay, this is not the clip I was thinking it was. Let's see if the AI provides us with it. Near the end, we got a link. Hopefully that's it. What the ceremony actually is, this is where Jones' framing and reality diverge. The cremation of care is an annual ritual production written, produced, and performed by club members. Staged on the first night of the encampment in front of a 40-foot in front of a 40-foot owl statue at a small lake. It dates back to the late 1800s and is allegorically brandishing of worldly cares. Allegorically banishing of worldly cares. Symbolically setting aside the members' worries so they can relax for the retreat. An effigy representing care, sometimes dull care, is theoretically burned. The owl statue isn't a solid symbol. It's a moss-covered shell that houses electrical and audio equipment, and for years the recorded voice of the owl was provided by news anchor Walter Cronkite. That detail alone tells you a lot about the register of the thing. A 40-foot owl. So the owl statue is basically the housing for like the camera and audio equipment that's used to record. So you telling me that these rituals have all been recorded? The cremation of care. Like, can you watch them? So you're telling me that these cremations of care have all been recorded? Can you watch them? Where? Like, the clips he shows Alex Jones shows makes it look like a crazy conspiracy, right? Where were we? What the ceremony actually is. Okay, the key point about the sacrifice. Here's the part worth sitting with. Even Jones's own film describes the human as being sacrificed in effigy. In effigy means a dummy or symbolic standing in is burned, not a person. So the most lurid version of the story, an actual human or child being killed, is contradicted by the footage itself and by the people promoting it. What the camera caught was theater, consumed men, pyrotechnics, and a burning effigy. Mainstream coverage, including journalist John Ronson, who also visited the Grove and wrote about it in his book Them, and the Channel 4 series Secret Rulers of the World, described the same images as a theoretical, symbolic ritual, essentially an overgrown private frat party. Jones framed it as an occult sacrifice and ancient Luciferian rite. Other reporters who saw the same footage read it as scripted pageantry. Let me correct one thing because I don't want to leave you with the wrong impression. I didn't mean the ceremonies have all been recorded. They haven't. Let me make sure you have the accurate picture of the footage actually existing. Right. To be clear, I didn't mean they haven't, just that the opposite. The reason the Jones footage became famous is that recordings are rare. The club is private, the property is guarded, and recording is not permitted. So what actually goes on there is contested precisely because there's very little actual footage. The ceremony has been performed annually for about 140 years, but there's no archive of these performances. Okay. Then what was the whole thing about the owl statue? Like, first night of the encampment in front of a 40-foot owl statue at the small. That's very ritualistic. I mean, this does have the hallmarks of a frat party kind of gone crazy. So there was no actual person sacrifice. Okay. The owl, for what it's worth, is the club's long-standing mascot, an emblem of wisdom. Minerva's owl. Conspiracy interpretations link it to Moloch or Baal, but there's no evidence the club uses it as anything other than its symbol, the way a university might have a mascot, which generally worth being unsettled by. I don't want to wave the whole thing away, because there's a real critique buried under the satanic panic version. A secretive, all-male club where presidents, justices, and billionaires gather privately with no public accountability is a legitimate thing to find concerning for reasons of influence, access, and democratic transparency, not the supernatural. Even Nixon, a member, was caught on the White House tapes describing the place in crude and contemptuous terms. The substantive concern is concentrating elite power behind closed doors, which is a normal thing to scrutinize. The leap to they're conducting real occult human sacrifices and secretly running the world is the part the evidence doesn't support. There's dark secrets inside Bohemian Grove. Like something tells me I'm not going to be able to watch this, like probably copyrighted, but I might put this, how long? 2 hours and 2 minutes. Okay, I might watch that later. Just take this, the bookmark bar, done. But that's amusing. you can go watch that still. That was not helpful. I genuinely suggest watching it alongside John Ronson's account of visiting the same place. Ronson is a journalist who went in skeptical of the hype and described what he saw plainly, which makes for a useful comparison. When you watch the Johnson's film, a good test is to separate two tracks: the images, what the camera actually shows, consumes, costumes and effigy, fireworks, and the narration, what John tells you those images mean. The images are real, the narration is interpretation, and a lot of it goes well past what the footage can actually support. So basically, all the conspiracy theories I was hyped up about are false, which sucks. And they all just resurfaced because the Epstein one was real. Like, that one was real, and so now you got a bunch of other conspiracy stuff resurfacing. Okay. What was the one that got him in trouble again? What was the case that got Alex Jones in legal trouble? It was a shooting, right? Sandy Hook? I wanna say Sandy Hook, is that it? Sandy Hook defamation case. Let me get the current status since the financial and bankruptcy side has kept evolving. Okay, well, expand for me. I'm gonna go to the news. Let's see if anything here stands out. Oh, I want to summarize this next. Okay. 12 injured at water park? What? Agrees. Death of 5 children involved in collision. This is one of those things. Like car accidents kill a lot of people. A lot of people. And it doesn't get nearly as much attention because we've just kind of become desensitized to vehicle accidents. New bill would allow Canadians to request companies delete their private data. Telling me that's not law? I thought you could always do that. Maybe that's just in the US, because I keep seeing ads trying to get you to pay for something. That then goes through and deletes data. Okay, let's continue. That was the Sandy Hook defamation litigation. The case, really a pair of cases that essentially defined Jones legally and financially. The background: in December 2012, a gunman killed 20 oh my goodness. A gunman killed 20 first graders and 6 educators at Sandy Hook. This is horrible. Like, we had a shooting incident in BC, in Canada, without nearly, like, I think 4 people, an educator and 3 kids died, and then 2 were seriously injured, and 1 had like life-changing brain damage. But like, that's because they couldn't. This is what happens when a crazy person can easily get an assault style weapon, right? The casualties just go through the roof. Gunman killed 20 first graders and 6 educators at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newton, Connecticut. For years afterwards, Jones repeatedly told his InfoWars audience that the massacre was a hoax, that it had been staged, and that the grieving parents were crisis actors who had faked their children's death. The issue you immediately come up with is that inside a government you can keep secrets. If you involve externals like crisis actors, the truth is just, it's only a matter of time before the truth comes out. And so, had this been a hoax, you would have heard about it, right? Like, you just would have heard about it. A secret is only as good as its weakest link. And, external crisis actors are not particularly strong links. As a direct consequences, many of those families suffered years of harassment. Oh my God. So not only did they lose a kid, they then suffered harassment, death threats, and stalking at the hands of Jones's followers. That is miserable. Like, as any individual going through that is a miserable experience. Like, the death of a kid is bad enough. The families, plus an FBI agent who responded to the shooting, sued him for defamation and intentionally infliction of emotional distress in 2 separate venues, Texas and Connecticut. Notably, Jones didn't lose these on the merit at trial in the usual sense. Judges in both states found him liable by default because he repeatedly refused to comply with court orders and turned over evidence. So juries were left only to decide how much he owed. Okay, what is this? Jones didn't lose on the merit at trial in the usual sense. Judges in both states found him liable by default because he repeatedly refused to comply with court orders. So he didn't argue it. He repeatedly refused to comply with court orders, and he repeatedly refused to turn over evidence. So juries were left only to decide how much he owed. So he didn't even fight it. He lost by default because he didn't do the necessary measures to fight the case. Which means you lose. How much do you owe? The damages were staggering. In the Texas case, a jury ordered him to pay about $49 million to Sandy Hook parents. In the Connecticut case, a jury awarded $964 million, and the judge then added another $473 million in punitive damages against Jones and Free Speech Systems, InfoWars parent company, pushing the combined totals to roughly 1.4 to 1.5 billion. Whoa. I mean, when you got a following like that, you got to be really careful. Like, and the issue is you've got to be right. Like, it wasn't a hoax. Since then, it's been a long fight over whether the families can actually collect. Jones and Free Speech Systems filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in 2022. Connecticut appealed court in 2025 largely upheld the verdict, trimming it down to about $1.3 billion by throwing out $150 million portion tied to a state trade practices law. And in October 2025, the Supreme Court rejected Jones' appeal without comment. The most colorful wrinkle in the bankruptcy liquidation, the satirical outlet The Onion was named the winning bidder in a November 2024 auction to buy InfoWars assets with backing from some Sandy Hook family. But the bankruptcy judge threw out the auction results over problems with the process. The effort to sell off InfoWars then moved to Texas State Court, where a receiver was appointed to liquidate the assets, and Jones is appealing that too. Some of his personal property is being sold as well. This is worth keeping in mind in light of everything we've discussed. The man behind the Bohemian Grove footage isn't a neutral documentarian. He was found liable for spreading defaming falsehoods about murdered children and their families, and a jury and multiple appeals courts have held him to account for it. That doesn't automatically make any single claim of his false. The Grove footage is real, as we covered, but it's a strong reason to treat his interpretation of what he films with heavy skepticism, since a court has formally established that he's willing to broadcast destructive falsehoods. Whoa. Like, all I can think about is the parents that have had a child, or the family that have had a family member that have died, and then people calling you up saying it's a hoax, that it's giving you death threats after you just lost a kid. Like that is a terrible thing to put someone through. I always hate it when they use an incident to try and push a narrative. Like that's one of those things. Like these people, the families were hurting enough without accusations of a hoax being thrown on top of it. Okay, well, all the conspiracy theories that I've looked up today are turning out to be false. And I was kind of hoping that, you know, maybe there's some conspiracy theories that were real. Let's start a new one. Multiple outputs. No. I'm gonna cut it. I cut here and then I cut there. Okay. Can you go through several conspiracy theories that turned out to be true and give me descriptions of them? Like, let's find some of the ones that ended up being real. See if we can find a pattern. While it's working on that. No. Conspiracy theories that are true. Let me update what I'm talking about. I don't know. The continuous updating doesn't seem to bring in more followers. Maybe I just leave generic titles there. We'll try this for a little bit longer and see what happens. Ooh, okay. I wanted to look at that. Maybe I'll look at that later. New bill would allow Canadians to request companies. So has this gotten through? Okay, well, I want to look at that. Montreal Nord Community Group demands meeting with police after racism. Okay, whatever. This is not a peace deal. Middle East panel. I heard about that. Like, there was another peace deal. I don't think America's realized the forever war it's in yet. Like, the regime in Iran, like, it's gotten to the point where it depends upon its war with America for its power. So now the war with America is necessary for the regime to exist. And so now you have to destroy the regime. Unfortunately, they've tried their best with bombs. And you can't destroy a regime with bombs. At least not at that scale. And so Trump's tried this with bombs, and then it's like, oh, but people gave him a pushback, and so he's pulled back, and he's not willing to go further, which is what he needs to do if he wants to resolve the issue in Iran. And I don't see him doing it. I don't see him going as far as he needs to go. Like, I just don't. Which means he has created a forever war that will continue. And I don't think you're gonna negotiate some kind of peace to it at this point. Montrealers now have 2 airports where they can catch a commercial flight. More airports, more better. US-Iran agreement brings hope, but skepticism remains. Absolutely. How would politicians spend their summer? No idea and don't care. No silver bullet to solve Canada's toxic drug crisis. all those. Okay, where were we? Let's find some conspiracy theories that were real. Here are some well-documented cases where things dismissed as paranoid speculation turned out to be real. Confirmed later through declassified documents, investigations, whistleblowers, or litigation. Here we go. MK Ultra, a CIA program running roughly 1953 to 1973 that experimented with mind control, behavior modification, and interrogation techniques. Wait, we've experimented with mind control? Did we figure it out? It involved dosing people, including unwitting. It included dosing people, including unwitting American and Canadian citizens? What? Why did you do it to Canadians? I feel assaulted. You didn't just do it to your own people. You did it to Canadians too? What is that? With LSD and other drugs, along with hypnosis and sensory deprivation. Much of it surfaced through the 1975 Church Committee of Rockefeller Commission, despite CIA Director Richard Helms having ordered most of the files destroyed in 1973. The surviving financial records are largely what allowed investigators to reconstruct it. What? How many Canadians were affected by MK Ultra? Did anyone die? What were the long-term ramifications? God, I don't even have to say the word properly and it gets it. Did they figure out mind control? Something tells me I'm gonna want more detail on all of these. So they experimented with mind control, behavioral modifications, and interrogation techniques. I mean, if I had a group like a CIA, this is kind of the stuff I would want them to look into. Now, using it on unwitting American and Canadian citizens, they just don't use it on unwitting Canadian and American citizens. If you used it, like, if you go abroad and do so, I'd care a lot less. I'm just saying. Oh, it's gonna take a while to think. I still have it at max, that's why. It takes forever. We'll leave it there. The Tuskegee Philippus study? Alright, let's go. How do I say this?
The Tuskegee Syphilis Study.
The Tuskegee Philippus study. Closest I'm gonna get. From 1932 to 1972, the U.S. Public Health Service tracked the progression of untreated syphilis in about 600 black men in Alabama. The men were told they were being treated for bad blood, but were deliberately denied treatment, even after penicillin became the standard cure in the 1940s. A whistleblower, Peter Buxton, eventually went to the press, and the Associated Press broke the story in 1972. It led to major reforms in research ethics and informed consent laws. Probably important. Informed consent laws. Like, this is the problem up here too. There was no informed consent. Oh, it went into huge detail. Let's just see. A good question. The Canadian chapter of MK Ultra is in some ways the most disturbing part of the whole story. Here's what's known. Organized around your 4 questions. How many Canadians were affected? The exact number is genuinely uncertain, partly because record keeping was poor and many files were incomplete or destroyed. The work in question happened at the Allen Memory Institute in Montreal, led by psychiatrist Dr. Donald Edwin Cameron. Mostly between roughly 1957 and 1964, according to the Canadian government, approximately 80 patients underwent the most extreme depatterning treatment. But the broader pool of people subjected to Cameron's experimental methods, high-dose LSD, drug-induced sleep, psychic diving, ran into the hundreds. 77 victims received compensation from the Canadian government in 1992, while more than 250 claimants were denied compensation because they couldn't produce medical records, filed too late, or weren't considered to have suffered enough. You didn't suffer enough to get money. They just gave you LSD once. Sure, you didn't ask for the LSD, but you just got it once. One of the lawyers involved estimated there were about 200 people still owed compensation. So depending on how you count affected, the range runs from roughly 80, the worst case, to several hundred. Most patients hadn't come in for anything severe. They sought help for things like anxiety, depression, or postpartum struggles, and were experimented on without their knowledge or consent. Did anyone die? This is the part where I caution you against accepting a clear number from anyone because there isn't a well-documented, official confirmed death toll directly to the experiments. The harm is extensively documented and catastrophic but non-fatal in the immediate sense. Cameron's depatterning aimed to reduce patients to an essentially infantile state, inducing loss of the ability to speak, walk, or control one's bowels, and the result was generally irreversible. What? So, like, if you're telling me it was irreversible, that's also telling me that he was successful at depatterning, aimed to reduce patients to an essentially infantile state, including loss of the ability to speak, walk, or control one's bowels, and the result was generally irreversible. Patients emerged with massive permanent memory loss and an inability to function. Holy. And so these are the 80, roughly 80 that went through the depatterning. Many were institutionalized for the rest of their lives, and the long-term toll, including downstream effects on health and on families, is real but hard to attribute to a precise count of deaths. If you see a specific figure cited, I have not. Treat it skeptically unless it comes with clear sources, because the incompleteness of the records is itself one of the scandal's defining features. Whoa. Man. When was this? 1957 to 1964. That is wild. I mean, it's even like, why did you have to do it so many times? I mean, studying the brain and patterning and depatterning, like, that's wild. Long-term ramifications. The aftermath has stretched across more than 5 decades and is still ongoing. On compensation, a group of Canadian victims first sued the CIA in U.S. courts, and in 1988 the agency settled out of court. Canada then created a narrow program. Cameron's patients were given the right to $100,000 in restitution under the Allen Memorial Institute Depatterning Persons Assistance Plan, but eligibility was restrictive, which is why 250 plus people were turned away. Notably, then, I mean, like, if they're giving out 100K, and this is a 1988 money, so let's say that's even more. And you went to see the doctor, you'd apply, 100% apply. I mean, maybe they'll give me the 100K. So turning away the 200, 250, like that's surprised it wasn't more. From my understanding, there was about 80 we read up higher that went through the de-patterning, which was the most severe case. Notably then, Justice Minister Kim Campbell refused to accept liability, and to this day, by these accounts, neither the CIA nor the Canadian government has apologized for the human experimentation conducted at the Allen Memorial Institute that they funded. The Canadian funding was substantial. The federal government... You telling me this wasn't just a rogue doctor, but this was government funded? That's crazy. I mean, they did things differently back in the mid-1900s, apparently. The federal government provided Cameron with more than $500,000 between 1950 and 1965, about $4 million in today's dollars. But like, yeah, remember, like that's like an 8x, and so that's like 800,000 today. Like, of course you'd apply if there's even a chance. More recently, the fight has moved to a class action. In some cases, victims' families were compensated only if they agreed to sign strict confidentiality and non-disclosure agreements, which advocates argued were designed to suppress the story. As of 2025, the litigation cleared a major hurdle. A Quebec Superior Court jury authorized a class action lawsuit naming the Royal Victorian Hospital, McGill University, and the Government of Canada as defendants, alleging the government funded and the institution enabled de-patterning that violated patients' bodies and minds without consent. That case is built around dozens of families and potentially hundreds of class members. Beyond the legal fallout, the scandal became a landmark in the history of medical ethics, feeding into the development of stronger informed consent rules and oversight of human experimentations. More darkly, Cameron's techniques, sensory deprivation, disorientation, and the systematic breakdown of the personality are widely seen as having laid groundwork for later interrogation and torture methods. The CIA's KUBARK interrogation manual, and arguably the post-9/11 enhanced interrogation program, drew on this lineage of research. I mean, if you could de-pattern people, like, I imagine you could figure out pretty much anything. Did they figure out mind control? No. Shit. Come on. This is the bottom line, and it's worth stating plainly. MK Ultra was, on its own terms, a failure. The premise, drawn from ideas like those in the Merchanka candidate, was that people could be brainwashed and reprogrammed to carry out specific acts. They can apparently be deprogrammed. So Cameron's approach was to wipe the mind clean through de-patterning and then drive new patterns in via endless looped recordings. What he and the broader program demonstrated, like, as soon as I heard this, I was like, the person forced to sit in a chair with the things you gotta watch the video. I've seen that in several documentaries or whatnot. Maybe that's how he did it. What he and the broader program demonstrated was that you can absolutely destroy a mind, erase memories, shatter a personality, induce profound regression, but you cannot reliably rebuild it into a controllable, programmed agent. There is no Manchuria candidate. I'm guessing that, I don't know where that's from. The research produced no working method for implanting durable new behaviors or creating a person who could be covertly directed. What it did yield was knowledge useful for coercion and breaking people down, which is precisely why its real legacy is in interrogation and torture rather than in anything resembling the science fiction version of mind control. The horror of the Canadian experiments isn't that they unlocked a secret power, it's that they inflicted enormous permanent damage on unwitting people in pursuit of something that was never achievable. So I thought like the CIA, so apparently the Canadian government was in on this. They were also pushing for the same thing the CIA was pushing for. And that is why Canadians were also affected. When I initially heard it, I was like, wait, they did this in Canada? No. Canada did this to Canada. I mean, shit. That's crazy. So you can destroy a mind. You can absolutely destroy a mind, but you cannot reliably build it into a controllable programmed agent. Easy to destroy, hard to build. All right, let's move on to the next one. COINTELPRO? What? Some of these have gotten some weird names.
COINTELPRO.
COINTELPRO. All right. That's all I'm getting. An FBI program, 1956 to 1971, that surveilled, infiltrated, and actively disrupted domestic political organizations, civil rights groups, the Black Panthers, anti-war activists, the Communist Party, and the Ku Klux Klan, among others. Tactics included illegal surveillance, forged letters, smear campaigns, and efforts to discredit figures including Martin Luther King Jr. It came to light when activists broke into an FBI field office in Media, Pennsylvania in 1971 and leaked the documents, with more details emerging via the Church Committee. Okay. So, surveilled, infiltrated, actively disrupted domestic political organizations. Well, that was something they did in the 1950s. Okay, we're just going to go through a quick overview of these, because each of these I could probably get sucked down into the rabbit hole. What was the other one? Okay, let's continue. Operation Northwoods, a 1962 proposal from the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff to stage false flag attacks. False flag attacks. Let me make sure I'm working with the right definition here. Covert political or military operation designed to deceive the public into believing it was carried out by a different group, country, or entity. So essentially, these are false flag attacks, right? Actively disrupted domestic political organization. One of the things you do for that is false flag attack. Okay, so a 1962 proposal from the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff to stage false flag attacks, including faked or even real acts of violence against Americans that would be blamed on Cuba to justify war against Castro. This is, by the way, Trump, this is the step you were missing for the Iran war. And the next conflict, which is going to be Cuba again, you got to set up some false flag attacks, man. Come on, get in the game. President Kennedy rejected it, and it was never carried out. But the plan was real and was declassified in the late 1990s as part of the JFK recorded releases. Oh, so then nothing actually happened there. They were just considering false flag attacks to get American sentiment in the right place to justify a war. I mean, Trump just went and did it anyway. I guess he doesn't need it. He just does his own thing. who needs false flag attacks? The Gulf of Tonkin incident. The 1964 event used to justify escalating U.S. involvement in Vietnam. A first naval engagement on August 2nd was real, but the reported second attack on August 4th most likely never happened. Declassified NSA documents and internal analysts released around 2005 showed the second attack was based on misread radar and radio signals, yet it was used to pass the Gulf of Tonkin resolution that authorized broader military action. So that, not a false flag, because it was misinterpreted information. Where was another good one? I'm gonna put these here because I feel like each of these need their own review. Okay. Big Tobacco's concealment. Internal industry documents exposed largely through the 1990s litigation and the 1998 Master Settlement Agreement showed that cigarette companies had known for decades that smoking caused cancer and that nicotine was active while publicly denying both and funding research designed to manufacture doubt. Of course, Big Tobacco knew. Of course they did. All the oil companies have done detailed research into climate change because climate change is going to massively affect them and their revenue. And they all found out long ago that climate change was going to be very bad, and they started actively pushing to deny climate change and to distort public perception of climate change because it was going to negatively impact their industries. Big Tobacco did the same thing. They're copying Big Tobacco's playbook. Like today, we have strict laws against tobaccos and cigarettes specifically. But it took a long time to get there because of the active campaign they ran against it. And just like that, oil companies are running the same campaign for climate change to slow our to keep us dependent on oil and slow us from other forms of energy development, and so they can continue to make profit. Big business is not on your side, for sure. This is one of the reasons why it's so important to get big business out of politics, specifically big business money out of politics. Iran-Contra. In the mid-1980s, the Reagan administration secretly sold weapons to Iran, then under a U.S. embargo, and fueled the proceeds to Contras rebel in Nicaragua, and fueled the proceeds to Contra rebels in Nicaragua, deliberately circumventing a congressional funding ban. It broke open in 1986, led to televised hearings, and resulted in several convictions. Oh. So you couldn't give funding to the rebels in Nicaragua, and so instead you circumvented your own embargo, sold weapons to Iran, and used that money to give the proceeds to the Contra rebels in Nicaragua. Okay. Man, that's wild. Sugar industry research manipulation. Documents uncovered by researchers and published in the JAMA Internal Medicine in 2016 revealed that in the 1960s, the Sugar Research Foundation paid Harvard scientists to downplay sugar's link to heart disease and shift blame onto dietary fat. That funded narrative influenced nutritional guidance for years. There's a pattern here. Big tobacco, big sugar. These conspiracy theories around big business, they seem to be true more often than the ones around the government. NSA mass surveillance. For years, claims that the agency was conducting warrantless bulk collection of communications were waved off. In 2013, Edward Snowden leaked documents concerning programs like PRISM, and the bulk collection of Americans' phone metadata revealed the actual scale of domestic and global surveillance. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's gotten a lot worse. I'm just gonna expect, like, they got things like Palantir now. I'm gonna say that it's gotten a lot worse. We have generally lost the fight for domestic and global surveillance. A couple of these come with a useful caveat. Operation Northwood was only ever a proposal, not something carried out. And Operation Gladio is solidly real as a structure, even though specific claims tying it to particular terror attacks remain debated. It's worth keeping that distinction in mind. The program exists, and the program did this specific thing aren't always confirmed to the same degree. If any of these interest you, okay, yeah. Yeah. That was a quick look at some of the real conspiracy theories that have turned out real. I might go deeper into some of those another day. They've made it conspiracy theories that just generally have made it onto my list. Oh, at the bottom. But that's as far as I'm going to go for it today. I want to look into that. I should have attached this to the earlier section where we were talking about it more, but I don't know. It got pushed down below Alex Jones. I want to go back to the chat when we were talking about this. What was it called? Can you give me a summary of the Nobody's Girl book or literature that was released? Virginia... what was her name? I don't know. By the Epstein survivor. Can you give me a summary of the Nobody's Girl book or literature that was released by the Epstein survivor? Yep, let's go. After this, I'll probably watch some of the videos that have occurred recently. Talk about that. My list continues to grow. Conspiracy theories. Big tobacco concealment. And this is the one I think we're seeing a copy of. What was that guy's name? Snowden? Snowden. Oh, close enough. Snowden. Snowden? Snowden? I'm sure it'll figure it out. Okay. So this, Nobody's Girl, a memoir of surviving abuse and fighting for justice, is Virginia Roberts Gilfrey's account of her own life, told in her own voice. So she was the most prominent Epstein survivor or Epstein accuser that wrote a memoir. So let's just go through the summary because I'm never going to read the whole thing. But let's see what she said. A quick note on its origins. It was co-written with journalist Amy Wallace and published posthumously by Alfred A. Knopp on October 21st, 2025, after Gilfrey died by suicide on April 25th, 2025 at age 41. She had stated unequivocally that she wanted it publicly published regardless of what happened to her. It became a #1 New York Times bestseller. The book is structured in 4 parts that trace an arc from victim to advocate, which is a useful way to summarize it. Part 1. Daughter. The memoir doesn't begin with Epstein. It begins with her childhood. Gilfrey writes about experiences of sexual abuse stretching from childhood throughout adolescence, including abuse within her own family and by a family friend when she was very young. She connects this early trauma to the vulnerability that later made her a target. A central argument of the book is that predators like Epstein deliberately sought out girls who were already damaged and unprotected. Part 2. Prisoner. This covers the Epstein years. She was working as a spa/locker room attendant at Mar-a-Lago as a teenager when Ghislaine Maxwell recruited her under the guise of a massage therapist job. The book details how the two of them groomed her and the sustained abuse and trafficking that followed. Being passed to other powerful men in Epstein orbit, the travel and specific incidents. It's an unflinching account, and reviewers have noted it documents the abuse without sensationalizing it. This section also contains her allegations of 3 sexual encounters with Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, then Prince Andrew. Worth repeating the caveat from earlier, Andrew has consistently denied this, and it was settled in civil court rather than proven criminally, so it sits in a different evidential category than the abuse of Epstein and Maxwell, which is well collaborated. Part 3. Survivor. The arc turns. She describes escaping Epstein's world, the difficult early experience of freedom, meeting her husband, moving to Australia, and becoming a mother to 3 children. This is where the seeds of her later activism take root. Part 4. Warrior. The final section covers her decision to go public, the years of legal battles, her testimony and advocacy, and her pushing for reforms such changes to statutes of limitation for abuse survivors. I mean, I don't think there should be statutes of limitations for abuse survivors. If you did a horrendous crime, and you should be, if we ever come up with a technology to prove it, you go to prison when we figure it out, when we can prove it in a court of law. That's my opinion. I don't like the statutes of limitations, specifically for cases like abuse survivors, murder, these sorts of things. I don't think there should be. I want to know what they are in Canada. Are there statutes of limitation in Canada for things like murder? I'll get to that at the end. It also revisits the fallout from the catastrophic 2019 BBC interview that damaged Prince Andrew. That notable and more recent surfaced thread is that she also writes about domestic abuse she said she experienced in her own marriage later in life. Her husband has denied this. Oh. So her husband denies it. Her father also, we looked this up earlier, also denies it. Everyone denies abusing her. But it's proven that, Epstein trafficked women. So, well collaborated. I mean, she killed herself after she wrote this. To me, that adds weight. As for what the book is about thematically, reviews frame it less as a tell-all and more as a book about confronting and healing from trauma, the power of survivors speaking out, and institutional complicity. The ways institutions repeatedly side with the powerful perpetrator over the victim. The New York Times book review describes the devastation as lying in the accumulated details rather than in shock value. Oh, I think that's enough detail. Yeah, I'm never gonna read that. But that is crazy. I understand why it ended up as a New York Times bestseller. I'm sure that's a wild story. There's no statute of limitation for murder in Canada. There never have been, and there won't, and that won't change with time. More broadly, Canadian criminal law has no limitation period at all for indictable offenses, the more serious category of crime. Stop using words I can't read. It slows me down.
Indictable offenses.
Indictable offenses. The more serious category of crime, which includes murder, manslaughter, sexual assault, kidnapping, robbery, and so on. So in Canada, there's already no statute of limitations. All right, like that, I agree with that. Some can be charged any number of years after the fact, which is why cold cases get prosecuted decades later when new evidence, often DNA, surfaces. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, maybe we'll get the technology to just look back in time at some point. Like what they do in movies where you look around the world once with mirrors and you can see back or forward in time. If we get that and we can prove that you are a murderer, you go to jail, no matter when we can prove it. I agree. The only time limit in Canada's criminal law applies to summary conviction offenses, the less serious category, generally 12 months from when the offense was committed under Section 782 of the Criminal Code. Even that can be waived if the prosecutor and the accused agree to prosecute past the window. Many offenses are hybrid, meaning, okay, we're getting to... So for murder specifically, no time limit ever. A much better idea for looking back in time. What we got to do, we got to come up with faster than light travel. You send a camera way out into space, and then you look back at Earth, and you could look back in time, essentially. Through distance, you have to have, obviously, camera technology will need to advance. And faster than light travel would need to advance, but then you could theoretically look at the Earth back in time on how far away it is, how far back in time you can go. So Just saying, you then have to find some way of transferring that data, obviously faster than light back to Earth, but I mean, I think all of those will be possible at some point. So looking into the past is something we'll probably be able to do in like 100 years. But that means if you're committing murder now, be careful. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to just some news stuff. Do I got any good ones? News, politics. We'll grab this one. I'm gonna update it. And then here. Yeah, I don't think updating these changes a whole lot. Just leave something generic there. Alright, well I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. Let's see what's going on in the news. I'm gonna need to use these now. What's my music doing? Did I cut this before I left? I'll do it again. I did not. We were on 18 minutes. Covering a lot of topics. Was there anything else on here I wanted to go through? Man, this monitor's giving me an issue. All right, here we go. I think that's enough from the list for today.
A popular water
Here we
park
go.
here
12 injured at BC Cultus Lake Water Park.
in British Columbia will remain closed for at least 48 hours as investigators work to determine what caused.
Like, this was like one of my fears as a child, going to an amusement park, and like specifically it was the roller coaster. The roller coaster going off the tracks. But like water park.
An incident that injured 12 young people. We're learning
How do you injure 12? Like, is this something got into
Several
the
of
water?
them.
Like some kind of like acid?
were grade 6 and 7 students on a field trip, about an hour and a half drive from downtown Vancouver. Benit Braish is
What happened?
at Cultus Lake. Benit?
Yeah, Sarah, again, we're still learning a bit more of the details of what exactly happened. The big question, what led up to those injuries? Just want to take a moment to now show you the scene, what it's like here at Cultus Lake Water Park. In the distance there is some caution tape that's been set up.
This isn't a water park. So it's like one of those small water parks, right?
This particular side of the water park.
How do you even get 12 people injured?
Earlier on, there were crews that were there. We have now confirmed with BCRCMP that it's a total of 12 youth that were sent to the hospital. And when it comes to the extent of their injuries, they say that they're in stable condition, but they have serious injuries. Couldn't say exactly what because of privacy reasons there. We also heard from BC EHS, that's paramedics. They said that several ambulances were here responding to that.
Was this a fight? Was this a large fight, or is this?
I remember
have no idea
driving in,
what
I
it
could see a
is.
number of them that were leaving.
Oh, okay. There are the slides. Yeah, that's a decent water park. Assuming that you can see more slides in the background there. Okay.
There were also 2 patients that were airlifted out of here. I saw that helicopter leave this area as
Airlifted?
well. I also spent some time
these
just
are
speaking to
serious.
locals in the area today, some shops around here, and people said that it was a bit of a chaotic morning with the response with the ambulances and the helicopters here. But they're really hoping that these young people recover, Sarah.
Yeah, Benit, so, they had a press conference. We've learned.
You haven't told me yet, and I'm a minute 30 in. What happened?
A little bit from investigators, but there's still lots of questions to answer, yes?
Yes, so with this press conference, again, the major question is what exactly happened here? So we heard the water park spokesperson say that it was
now we're getting into some theories.
appears to
Here we
be
go.
an electrical issue. What
They zap them? Is that what happened? They zap 12 people in a pool? What is that? How do you let that happen?
said that one of the ride railings came into contact,
Ride railing, okay.
but they're not clear again what led up to that. And just take a moment to hear from the spokesperson here.
So then, were these people like holding a handle, like a metal handle, like going up probably the walkway to get up to the slide, and then electric charge somehow went through it, and you zap all the people holding the handle?
Well, we've never had an incident ever occur like this before. It was very unexpected, and it doesn't align with anything in our safety record up to this point in time. We want to get to the bottom of it and eliminate any future question marks, any future concerns about this, and we won't open again until we've fully ruled that out.
And we also heard from BC Hydro. So in a statement, they say that crews identified the electrical issue originated on the customer side of the electrical service rather than within our infrastructure or equipment. It says that safety is a top priority, that it's supporting the water park in the investigation as well. WorkSafe BC was also here. They said that no workers were injured and that an officer was on scene earlier on today, continuing that investigation. We heard from the Coquitlam School District, as you mentioned before, Sarah, to do with field trips. And so they confirmed that some of their students were among those that were here as well. And, you know, again, we're not aware of the full extent of what led up to these injuries, but the investigation is ongoing. And also, again, this park will be closed for at least 48 hours as those investigations continue.
Yeah, I mean, you got to figure
Benit,
it out.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So I've heard that 12 youth have been zapped at a water park in Canada. Can you tell me more information about what's happened? What are the states of the injuries? Are people going to be okay? Are they? Because, like, I mean, electricity wounds, usually they kill you. Like, you either die or you survive the zap. And then there isn't usually a lot of recovery, but the whole, oh, we've taken people to emergency, maybe that's like they airlifted 2 people out. Maybe this is out of an abundance of caution, but like, if the electricity was going to happen, like electricity was going to get you, it usually does it right away. Like, it stops the heart, and then it's done. And if you survive the initial zap, usually it's a survivable injury. Like, there usually isn't significant other damage done. Yeah, electricity's a weird one. Here's what's known so far. The incident happened earlier today, Monday, June 15th, 2026, at Calais Lake Water Park in Chilliwack, BC, in British Columbia, Fraser Valley. Not a lightning strike, but an electrical incident. To clarify the details, 12 youths were taken to hospital after suffering injury at the park. Chilliwack's RCMP initially said emergency crews were called to the park around 11:20 a.m. PT, and that 10 youth and 2 adults were taken to hospital, but in a later update, Kiner confirmed that no adults were injured and that 12 youth sustained injuries in the incident. Most of the injured were sustained from Miniwak Middle School in Quok. So this is what we've heard from them. They're on a field trip for grade 6 and 7 students. I mean, a nice field trip. You get to go to a water park? That sounds like a great field trip. And then you get zapped. On the location and cause, the serious incident occurred in the queuing area for the 0 to 60 raceway ride. Early reports described a group of youth had suffered burns to their feet. Oh, so the thing that they were standing on, like in a lot of water rides, they'll have like metal grates so that the water like doesn't pool and drips down and then flow away. And so you stand on like a metal grate system. A group of youth had suffered burns to their feet. When first responders arrived, crews at the scene found 9 patients who were conscious and breathing, and most were between 10 and 12 years old. The power was shut off while crews awaited BC Hydro and air ambulances landed in the park's parking lot and at a nearby school. On their condition, which is what you're most concerned about, I mean, okay, yeah. The news is cautiously reassuring. RCMP told district officials they were in stable condition, though the same officer... See, that's the thing, like with electricity, the danger is initial. Like the big danger is the initial zap, and if you get through that, you can have burns from it. But, I mean, if you consider it to like fire burns, it takes a lot less for electricity to kill you than it will for like fire damage. Electricity is one of the nasty ones. Not the fire's better. I mean, burns are terrible no matter how you get them. Though the same officer described the injuries as serious, so the picture is, I mean, like, to get serious injuries from electricity, how do you even do that? A serious injury, like, would, in my head, from an electricity, would stop the heart, right? Like, it doesn't take that much electricity to cause serious physical injury. It would have to have been a lower current over a prolonged period of time. Like if they're standing on electrical grates, they probably had to get off the grates, the grates, in order to stop. And so like you're essentially walking across fire to get off the grates, and if you're in like a queue and you're stuck on them, I mean, you could be stuck on there for a while. This sounds horrifying. So the picture is stable but seriously injured rather than life-threatening. Based on what authorities have said so far, the exact nature of the injuries hasn't been officially confirmed, and it's still under investigation. Well, we think it's injuries to the feet, right? As for the cause, BC Hydro said the initial investigation has identified an electrical issue originating on the customer side rather than from the utility infrastructure. The RCMP added that it's got to be on the customer side. Something had to electrify, like, the people getting electrified are on site, and so the issue with it, I guess you could have a line going in that fell, but odds are the electricity that caused the injury was a failure somewhere of the site of the water park. The RCMP added that there's no indication that the event was caused by a person. The investigators, what was it, the campfire or whatever, a lot of these things are just infrastructure that fails. Like, let's have a look at the water park again. Where's the image of the actual water park, where we can see the slides and everything? It was here, right? But like, they're not exactly staying up on maintenance if you let your sign degrade like that. Oh, that's the helicopter flying in.
See a number of them that were
like, it doesn't look like it's been built recently, right? That looks like old infrastructure. What kind of images can I? Ooh, okay, so this is what we're looking at. This is the water park. We got. So it's not that big. It's just a small water park. We got the parking lot here, a kids area, the big slide section. I mean, they're a long way up. Okay? Look at all the pools down there. But this is actually a pretty big water. What is that one? You go down and then you like slide down the side of it? I don't know. I like the tubey looking ones. Those are the ones I'd go to. These ones. Like, this is the ride I would like. Spins, spins, spins. What does this have to do with the water park? A little kid ride. Okay, can I get the little guy? Oh, I can throw him down right in. Let's check one of these out. So that. Ooh. I mean, this is the one I always avoid. Like, who wants water shooting up you like that? That sucks. Give me spins. Those are my favorite. Oh, are these just the images that were there? Okay, I see. Give me one more middle. I mean, I like all the little pools. I guess these are all exits. And that's probably like a lazy river. Okay. I mean, it's a decent, it's not huge, but it's a decent sized water park. I hope they're all okay, obviously. It sucks. It sounds like electrical injuries. They can be scary. Hopefully, usually, from my understanding, electricity kills right away if it's going to kill. But the burns afterwards can suck too. And it sounds, from my image of it at least, it's electrified grating that you're standing on. Like, is there any, where were the images that we were looking at? Like, I imagine you have to be standing in a line. There's no grating here. But there is a lot of metal there. And this is a queue area, right? That you queue in, like, so this is a direct queue in before you go up. And they use metal. Yeah, but they said they had issues with their feet. We don't know that for sure though. Like, the only thing that I would see here is you were leaning or holding on to one of these when the charge hit and you get zapped. Like that whole thing is a metal. Oh. Are those metal steps? Where was that past one? Can I go this way? I can. Are those metal? Like, a lot of this is metal, but I don't know if those steps are metal or not. Like, that's metal, that looks metal. So you could have been walking on this when you got zapped. That sucks. That would suck a lot. Like, what if you're up at the top? How do you get away from the metal? Because it was in the line for one of the rides, right? Yeah, there's that metal structure again. And I'm guessing That one also looks like it's all metal. So my best guess is that they were like up here or on the stairs when the zap happened. Serious injuries from electricity. Like, what do serious injuries from electricity entail? I mean, I hope they're all okay. That is a really crappy school field trip right there. Okay, electricity covered a pretty wide range of severity, and serious can mean quite different things. I guess there's so much unknown right now that even trying to look into this further, I think we just gotta wait for a report. I don't think it's gonna give us answers. No, it happened in line for one of these rides. Hey, that looks cool. Is that one of the 2B ones you gotta take down where it ends? But it happened with a line for one of the ride, and so I'm guessing it happened on one of these structures. And there was an electrical failure, a charge ran through the structure, hopefully not a continuous charge. And it zapped people. Alright, well, we can't really do anything else with that until we get more information. Let's go on to the next one.
A community in rural Ontario is grieving after a deadly crash took the lives of 5 children on Friday. And tonight we are...
I mean, car crashes are one of those things that, like, we've largely... we've at least begun to desensitize to, because what do? Not drive cars? I mean, the alternative is that we have robots drive cars, and that is coming, and hopefully that will resolve all of our issues with getting into nasty car accidents. But until then, you're still jumping in you're still going to be jumping into a cylinder of metal that hurtles across the earth at speeds that you wouldn't survive if you're not inside the cylinder of metal. Like if you hit the ground. Driving is inherently dangerous. How many people die from motor vehicles in Canada every year? How many people die in the US? Per capita. Per capita. I also want just the normal figures, but it'll do that for me.
Learning more about the victims involved in the accident. Police have...
Oh, where's the front? Let me move that. Where's the front part of this car? Where is it? What? All right, I'm gonna move my camera over here because they always put the stuff at the bottom. All right, I gotta get off my sources. There we go. So the back of this one, this was a high speed head-on collision. Like, whoa.
Haven't released the names of the people in the crash, but CBC
They have to like strap the doors down. Well, they found the wheel.
has spoken to a family member who wasn't involved in the incident. The 2-vehicle collision happened in Mapleton Township, that's northwest of Kitchener-Waterloo. It involved a van carrying 10 passengers and an SUV.
Where was it?
Kitchener-Waterloo.
North of that.
Happened in Mapleton,
Ontario. Mapleton, Ontario. Okay. So very tiny community. Couple pools, just a couple houses really. Farming community, St. Thomas. Oh, that's London. Yeah, I used to live down over here. That sucks. Holy crap. 5 kids died?
Township, that's northwest of Kitchener-Waterloo. It involved a van carrying 10 passengers.
So, one vehicle had 10.
And an SUV occupied by just the driver.
We had 11 people. 11 people total in the accident. And 5 kids died. Why were they carrying so many kids?
4 girls and 1 boy were killed, all part of the same family. 6 other people.
Oh. Whoa. Like I thought for a second there it was like, oh, maybe they're transporting, they use like a school thing, right? 1 family.
Including an infant, were injured. CBC's Kate Bickard joins us now with more on this. Kate, what do we know about this family that was involved in the crash?
So we know that the 10 people that were in the van together, they are all part of one family. So it was grandparents, parents, and children. As you mentioned, Ontario Provincial Police in Wellington County are not identifying the family, but
I mean, like, 1 infant was injured, so 5. Oh my goodness.
we did speak to Nancy Dirksen, who confirmed that these are her family members.
Let me get rid of that, just so you can see the actual image. All right, let's continue.
It was 4 of her sisters and her young brother who died.
I mean, that is terrible.
Now, Nancy shared a photo from her wedding day with her whole family. She and her husband, Henry, are in the middle, and she added arrows for her siblings who have died.
The very ones that I was looking at there, you got the arrows at the bottom here. The deceased. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is terrible.
Now, Nancy declined to be interviewed, saying that they will send a family statement later when they are ready. But she did also put a post on an online fundraising website where she said her family is living through a tragedy no one should ever have to face. Now, her mother remains in hospital with a number of injuries. Her 15-month-old brother is...
I was gonna say, if 5 people die, what, you got the other 6 in the accident that are varying degrees of injured.
It's also still...
Like, you don't just walk away when your vehicle looks like that.
In hospital. She said her father is also recovering from injury.
This has taken most of its damage to the back end. So, was this like a cross hit? Somebody hit the back end. I want to see the other vehicle again. Because damage here, all this could be from a roll off the road.
Kate, the community that this family is from is small, and people will know this family.
Tiny town.
How is the community grieving?
Well, people are still going out to the site. They are taking flowers, they're taking teddy bears and stuffed toys, leaving notes for the family just to let them know that they are thinking about them. One of those people was Joanne Marshall, who...
Okay, we can see the other vehicle here. Looks like damage to the front. So we have this big car, obviously the one with the large family, right? because there's no way you're gonna fit 10 people into that. So this has to be the larger family. It looks like the front of this vehicle clipped the back of this vehicle, and that's where all the fatalities were. Like, gonna be the people sitting in the back there. I don't know how on a straight road like this you might have had one swerve and then clip, or it doesn't look like there's a corner there, right? Let me see. I mean, there's a corner right there. Could a vehicle have been pulling out and then got clipped and then they rolled off this way? It'd have to be, right? Stop sign here. So, so the car coming on this road where the accident is, like a crash happening on this road here isn't going to be horrible because you have a stop sign and you have a road. So I guess you can't see if there's another road because stop sign, they can't run through that. So any crash happening on this road is going to be really slow, not lead to this level of devastation. So it'd have to be someone coming down this road very quickly, and then probably someone pulling out that does the clip. And from the looks of the damage, now I'm not a police investigator. They'll figure it out and figure out what happened. But I'm guessing the family was pulling out and the car was going along this road and clipped them. That would be my best guess. How that ends up with them both over here, you'd need... Well, we only see the one car over here.
One of those people was Joanne.
Where's the other one? The angle switches. They switch the
Let
angle.
them know
so
that they are
quickly
thinking
there.
about them. One of
Like, that means the other car is over here, right? Because this road, and you're actually looking at
those
it.
people was Joanne Marshall.
No. You're up closer. So yeah, that means the other vehicle is over here. You just can't see it, right? And so they both ended up in this field somehow. And it looks like there's debris here. So the accident might have happened here. Car coming through. They collide here and end up in the field. I'm sure we'll get more information.
Those people was Joanne Marshall, who was there today. She stopped by. Her daughter was one of the first people to stop and help after the crash on Friday night. Joanne says that she drives by that area often. It's near her home. And also as a mother, she really feels this tragedy.
That's horrible.
Can't imagine. One person is terrible, never mind a whole family almost. Yeah, just terrible,
5 kids.
Devastating, so sad. So we talked to her for a little bit, and then yeah, we didn't know how bad it was till maybe 6 hours later.
There's also an online fundraiser, as I mentioned, and people are looking for ways to help in any way that they can. But as you mentioned, it's a small community, and people are also expressing a lot of gratitude, mostly for the people who stopped, and also for the first responders, many of whom were volunteer firefighters.
Kate, this was a rural intersection, and we can see from the pictures, there's not really a lot around. There's farming. It seems to be wide open. And police have now launched a safety campaign around these kinds of intersections. What does it involve?
So the Stop, Look, Listen campaign was launched. It was launched today. It actually isn't because of this accident, but police said it's a terrible reminder of why this kind of safety is needed, that people need to stop at rural intersections. So
I mean, it was being launched because these kind of things happen.
they'll be stopping drivers who are taking part in maybe unsafe practices, those rolling stops at stop signs, reminding them not to do that sort of thing. And that campaign runs until Sunday.
Okay, CBC's Kate Bickert. Kate, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so for more on this, I'm joined by Sandy Shantz. She is the mayor of the township of Woolwich, where some of the members of the family are from. Mayor, thanks so much for your time tonight. How are you holding up?
Pretty well. It was quite a shock to everyone to hear of the accident. It's so tragic.
Yeah, I think that that's probably the reaction. Well, I know that that's the reaction really right across the country when we hear about an accident like this. What can...
Like, this accident had as many fatalities as the shooting that happened in BC. Like, holy crap. I mean, my condolences to the family. I mean, that's just something horrible. Okay, let's look at the actual numbers. Here are the latest figures from the national agency that tracks this. United States, 39,254 traffic deaths in 2024. The final NHTSA count, with the early estimate of 36,640 for 2025. Like, there's so many of these accidents. We are looking at 5 numbers. This is the US, so we're getting to Canada, but like, look at the numbers are huge. With a population of roughly 340 million, the 2040 figures works out to about 11.5 deaths per 100,000 people. Yearly? What? Okay. A little calculus. Off screen. See if I arrive at their same number. So we'll take the 39,000, we'll put it into million. Well, 11 times that by. I mean, okay, I got. It looks like they use this number. I was not scaling it to the 100,000 people. Okay, let's go to Canada. The most recent solid total is 1,931 deaths in 2022. Transport Canada. So, population, we usually look at a scale of 10, right? Even if we scale ours up to 2,000, so that'd be 20,000. It's still half of what we're seeing for the US deaths. So does that mean Canadian roads are safer? Hopefully. Yeah, okay. Against a population of 38.9 million, that's a rate of roughly 5 deaths per 100,000. So a little less than half than what we see in the US. So the US roads appear to be a little less safe. And recent reporting puts Canada's rate at about 4.9 per 100,000, consistent with that. Okay. Let's see, how does, did I ask for the UK numbers too? I want to compare it across to Europe. So in the per capita terms, America is roughly 2.3 to 2.5 times more likely to die in a motor vehicle crash than Canada. That gap is well documented. Canada consistently sits among the safer countries for road deaths, which makes scenes like this more rare, but clearly not impossible. A couple of caveats worth flagging. The years don't line up perfectly. The cleanest US numbers run through 2024, while Canada's most recent confirmed national total is 2022. Since Transport Canada releases its collision statistics with a longer lag, both countries also show the same pandemic era pattern. death spike around 2021 and have been declining since. The underlying rates have driven in opposite directions over the last decade, or the U.S. or so. The U.S. rate climb while Canada's edged down. Oh, the underlying rates have drifted in opposite directions over the last decade or so. The U.S. rates climbing while Canada's edged down, which has widened the gap between the two. The other note on methodology: these counts are traffic crash death collisions on roads. A slightly broader all-motor vehicle death figure that include off-roads, non-traffic incidents would run a bit higher in both countries, but the road crash numbers above are the standard basis for cross-country comparison. That's good. Can you give me this comparison for several countries in Europe as well? I'd like to look at the United Kingdom, France, Spain, Germany. Let's see what the other numbers are. Oh, did I close that? I did not.
Can you tell me about the community that you're from, Woolwich? I know members of this family are in your community, and this is an area where there are many small communities outside of the Waterloo area. Is that right?
I mean, like, I lived in that area, all farmland. Like, you got a couple big cities, and then you got small communities and farmland, and then another big town, and then small communities and farmland, and then another big town. So lots of tiny communities.
That's correct. There's rural areas and smaller towns and settlements as well. And then I always like to say a community is built of multiple communities. So there are many sort of smaller communities within us, and I would say that this particular family is part of a strong faith community that will be supporting them and surrounding them, I expect.
I mean, like, this is horrible. And it would be all the little kids sitting in the back.
Yeah, I mean, in small communities and small towns like yours, as the news trickles out, people will know a connection, or people will know this family directly. I mean, how are members in your community dealing with this?
I mean, they're talking about other people and they go back to the actual incident here.
Is known, and the family sort of makes known what they need and would like. I know this community to be very generous and very helpful and caring, and I know they will.
We're not going to get any other information.
Step up.
About the
they've
accident.
got a long road.
Is this the crossway right here? They're making this look like it's the intersection where it happened. So we definitely have a high-speed road here. Like, you can see the vehicles speeding on by. We think the cars have rolled off to this left-hand side, right? So this vehicle maybe... How do they get over there? Like, maybe they're crossing through. This hits them. Like, say this bike is the other car, right? Crossing this way. This car is where they would have stopped, and they cross through. The car swipes them in the back end. And it's got so much force and momentum that it carries both cars over to this side, into the ditch area here. Because you couldn't get hit going that way, you'd end up on this side, right? So the guy crossing this, the car, this one, the vehicle going this way, the damage was to the back end of one vehicle and the front end of the other vehicle. So it would make sense that the family vehicle, the family SUV was here, and they were crossing to go that way, because they took the damage to the back end. And the car going this way would have taken damage to the front end, because the front end needs to collide with the back end of this vehicle to get the scene of the vehicles at the end, which is them over here with back of the SUV torn open and the front of this one torn open. So, I mean, in the end, fault goes almost always to the person who has damage to the front of their vehicle, right? Because you're expected to be able to control your vehicle and be able to stop your vehicle. There are exceptions, of course. I'm not going to lay blame until there's the full investigation, obviously. That's just what I think based on the data we've seen. All right, let's have a little look at some of the other countries. Ooh, it gives us charts. I love charts. Okay. So, US by far the worst, 11.5 per capita. Canada's actually second worst. Some of that US bleeding over into our country. We adopt their kind of road systems and road rules. I mean, they really are in a league of their own. At the same time, we're definitely stacking up all of the countries that will have low rates here, because there are some places in India and there are some other countries which, holy crap, the roads are horrible. Oh, I got a message. Hey bro. Oh, maybe I'll check that out. Thanks. Okay, where are some places that let's finish. France 4.8, Spain 3.7, Germany 3.3, United Kingdom 2.5, really low. What are some countries that have high fatalities per capita for motor vehicle accidents? Can you give me their numbers? United Kingdom, Germany, Spain. So we're actually decently high. And there's more we could do because United Kingdom has a lot less. A few things worth noting on the comparison. Okay, the 4 European countries all cluster fairly tightly between 2.5 and 4.8 per 100,000, with the UK among the safest in Europe and France the highest of this group. France runs a bit above the EU average, which sits at around 4.5 per 100,000. Canada falls right in the middle of the European pack, basically level with France. The US stands out sharply. Zimbabwe 41. What's the American number? 11. Liberia 39. Eritrea. What the heck? I've seen Eritrea a couple times now. Let me just pull this up on a map. No, that's the town where it happened. Where's my map? I gotta pull this out. Okay, here we go. Eritrea. Okay, so this is right next to Sudan, Ethiopia, right along the Red Sea there. Okay. So Eritrea, South Sudan, 37. Congo, 35. Namibia, 35. Okay. Outside. Where are road deaths the highest? Africa. Okay. Outside Africa, Vietnam, 31. Tonga, 33. Yemen, 29. But all the worst ones, Africa. They drive cars fast there, apparently. There is no road safety. All right, I'm gonna move on. We'll have to wait for more news on this about what actually happened. We shall cut. Okay. What's my time? Getting near 4 hours.
The federal government says it is.
A new bill would allow Canadians to request companies delete private data. Canada, we weren't allowed to do that already? I swear I've seen advertisements. Maybe this is me being caught up in like advertisements meant for United States citizens. But I thought there were ads for products that removed you from these things.
Is making moves to better protect Canadians' privacy. It's laying out a new bill to address how private sector companies use your personal information. The bill includes obligations for companies to protect children's data. It also outlines the right to ask for.
Was there? Okay, I'm just gonna write this down. I want to learn. They were doing a social media ban in Canada. I want to know the state of that after this.
The deletion of deep fakes or unauthorized images.
I mean, that's just like protecting for child's data. Of course, yeah, we should be doing that. I would also like to protect the children as well. There are some very predatory aspects. I'm not looking at anything specifically, but maybe like Roblox. More than protect the data of children, maybe we should also try and protect the children. just a little bit. Right to deletion for deepfakes and unauthorized images. I mean, isn't that standard? Is this not already a law?
It includes steps.
I feel like this one should already be a law.
To eventually address surveillance pricing, which uses consumer data to adjust how much someone pays for a specific product or service. To talk more about this piece of legislation just tabled recently, I'm joined now by the Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation, Evan Solomon. Hello, Minister.
Great to see you, Catherine. You're right. Just tabled about an hour ago.
Yeah, so we're still digging through this, but I want to get to some of the highlights.
Tabled means it's been brought forward, not that it's been made law, right? What does tabled legislation mean in Canada? Like, I'm pretty sure this means that they're in the opening stages of it. In Canada, tabled legislation document means to formally present or introduce it to Parliament or a provincial legislature, placing it on the official record for consideration. So when a bill is tabled, it's being brought forward for debate and the legislative process to begin. Oh, okay. This is worth flagging because it's the opposite of the American meaning. Oh, well, I don't even want to know what the American meaning is then. Because that'll confuse me. Tabled legislation, it's brought forward to debate.
Because privacy is an issue on a lot of people's minds. Canadians could demand firms delete their personal data under this new bill. Tell me how that would work.
So quickly, the frame on this, last week, about 10 days ago, we had the AI National Strategy, AI for All. You and I had a great conversation about it. And there were 3 pillars of that: trust, opportunity, and sovereign control. So pillar 1 is trust. We really believe that this technology, there's a lot of concerns, and we want to address them. So trust is first. Last week we had the Safe Social Media piece of legislation to restrict access to social media and some chatbots to under the age of 16.
That is what I want to look into. What is it called?
Media and some chatbots restrict access to social legislation to media. So trust is first. Last week we had the Safe Social Media piece of legislation.
Safe social media. Safe social media. That is what I'll look up.
To restrict access to social media and some chatbots to under the.
So now that they have a majority, the Liberals are actually doing things, and they're doing things pretty quickly.
Age of 16. Today we tabled the Protecting Privacy and Consumer Data Act, and it really will do what the Prime Minister and I said last week. We're going to protect your children, protect your privacy, and protect your personal information. And among those key things is the right to deletion. So the right to deletion, essentially, if your personal information is used in, let's say, a deep fake, someone does one of those synthetic images about you or someone, you should have the right, and you will under this law, to demand that.
Don't you already have that? I mean, apparently not. I just kind of assumed, like, if there's a deep fake of you, you could go and get it deleted.
That is taken down. That is the right to deletion, because that.
In Canada, if there is deep fake content of you, can you get it taken down? We'll probably talk about the very thing I'm
That
watching.
will be an abuse of your personal information, and we are setting up a regulator that will be able to enforce that with penalties.
So this is what I want to understand, because you gave us the 10,000 feet there, but on an individual basis, obviously this is going to take some time, and we'll get into that in a minute. But let's say the legislation is passed, the Digital Safety Commission is in place, all this good stuff. What happens? There's a deep fake out there. I'm unhappy. Do I go to the company? Do I go to the Digital Safety Commission? How quickly does it happen? Paint me a picture.
Right. So, if the bill passes and we can take action to protect kids and privacy and personal information, you'll have action on surveillance pricing, access to make sure that, algorithms.
All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, we're good. Did not hit the mic this time. All right, let's get back. Perfect. Okay. Now, I want to read this. The short answer, yes, you generally can, but the route depends heavily on what kind of deepfake it is. And the law here is changing fast right now. Well, that's what we're watching. Here's the landscape as of mid-June. So the answer was already yes, generally you can. The strongest, clearest path is for sexual or intimate deepfakes. Most, currently we're seeing the rise of sexual and deepfakes is something that we've been dealing with for a while now. Systems are generally in place to handle that, but as the ability to do it becomes easier, you're seeing far more just general deepfake content. Like you see all the Trump memes, and Trump himself posted a video of him flying a jet that was like pooping or crapping on people, which was all basically deep fake, but it's not deep fake that you think of in the sexual or intimate detail, but it's still deep fake content. It was AI generated content that did not happen, very clearly. This new set of deep fakes, it's so much easier to make, that I think you need strong regulation against that. Most provinces, including Alberta, have intimate image laws that let you demand takedown and sue, and these increasingly cover AI generated / altered images, not just real ones. There's also a federal bill, C-11, moving through Parliament that would specifically criminalize sexual deepfakes. On May 11th, 2026, the House of Commons Justice Committee amended Bill C-11 to cover nearly nude AI-generated images, raise penalties for assault-themed deepfakes, and impose a 48-hour platform takedown deadline. Once that's law, platforms will face a 48-hour deadline from notice to remove flagged content. For non-sexual deepfakes, okay. So generally, you are already able to get it down, get it taken down.
Or computers that are making decisions about your mortgage or your job, and that will be transparent, and then you have the right to deletion. So how would that work? You have two options. One, you could complain right to the commissioner. So the regulator, someone could phone the regulator or email the regulator and literally demand.
I mean, you're going to need a system for that. Like, if you can't have it all packed onto one person, they can't review everything quick enough. What was it? Oh, gosh. My mic was a long way away. Sorry if you didn't get any of that. We're just going to pretend you did and continue. The one thing that's happening in the U.S., I can't remember what department it was in the government, but one of the departments made it so that every account or every transfer over, I think it was like $5,000 or something, had to be signed by the person leading the department, and it bricked the department because first of all, there were so many and the person wasn't on top of it, that even if they were on top of it, they couldn't possibly have gone through, and like there was no way they were doing anything more than signing, because there was just so many things because of how much that department processed. Putting this all on one person is a recipe for disaster. Set up a system.
Demand that it gets taken down. The regulator would go to the provider, and they are
you got to just automate it.
Obligated in the law to take it down as quickly as possible in an expeditious fashion. So they have to do it, and that is enforced by the regulator. So I'll just give you a sense of, has this been done before? There's other jurisdictions that do it. We have, in the case of intimate sexualized imagery, we've got a law that criminalizes the non-consensual sharing of sexualized imagery. For intimate sexualized...
They also changed that to just near nude
imagery. There's a 24-hour period where that has to be taken down. That's not necessarily, we're not prescribing the time here, but the law says it must happen in an expeditious fashion.
Okay, so it's going to rely on this regulator. So too will your plan for inappropriate surveillance pricing, is how you've described it. In that case, it seems that the surveillance pricing idea, not so much mentioned in the bill. The regulator is going to have to do some work on it. You've called this price gouging. It's going to take 18 months to set up a regulator. You've got to pass the legislation. The regulator's got to decide what's going on here. How satisfied can Canadians be with the government saying, this is a problem, we're going to fix it, but you're not going to see any action for 2+ years?
Well, first and foremost, this is the first time in Canada that we will have a regulator that will actually be able to have enforcement penalties.
In 2 years.
Well, we got to set it up. I mean, we got to make sure that this is done right.
I mean, bureaucracy, everything moves slow. It'd be nice if they could do it quicker, but everything in the government takes longer than you'd think it would.
Right? We're setting it up for the safe social media. This is going to be a robust, independent regulator that will have the ability to enforce companies to make sure they're not abusing our personal information. Seems reasonable. The right to deletion or surveillance pricing. Now, we don't use...
What do they mean by surveillance pricing? Canada just tabled a new bill around deepfakes, and they keep bringing up surveillance pricing. Can you tell me what this means and go into this bill in a little more detail?
Use the term surveillance pricing in there for good reason, because we want to make sure that, you know, there are some things that individual pricing works. For example, Canadians use rewards programs to get food. We don't want to penalize people for collecting points so they can get a discount rate on food or services. That's not surveillance pricing.
They're just going to go into legalese here.
Well, the federal government.
Let's have a look. Short answer, yes, okay, this is not the question I asked. This is the question I asked. They're both part of the same bill that landed today. Here's what's going on. The bill is C-36, the Protecting Privacy and Consumers Data Act. The Canadian government introduced it on Monday to overhaul the country's private sector privacy laws, and it would replace the Personal Information Protection and Electronics Document Act, a law first enacted in 1998 that's been widely criticized as outdated in the age of algorithmic pricing and large-scale data collection. So this is a big structural replacement, not a tweak. Okay. The deepfake piece, did it spell it wrong? Deepfakes? Sits inside a broader new rights to deletion. Broader new rights to deletion. The legislation would enshrine the right to deletion, allowing individuals to request that companies delete their personal information, and that right would extend to the removal of deepfake images and videos on commercial platforms like social media. This is the same data deletion mechanism applied to synthetic images of you. Okay, so that's the right to deletion, or delete their personal information. I'm gonna follow this, see what goes through. Where was I? This is the same. Now, surveillance pricing. This is the part worth understanding clearly because the name is doing a lot of work. It refers to a practice where companies use personal data to charge different consumer rates. So is this, you walk into a store, it pulls up the data on you. Oh, this person can spend a lot. All of a sudden, all the tags you look are marked up a little bit because you got money. The idea is that a retailer or service, instead of posting one price, uses what is known about you, your browsing history, device, location, past purchases, how urgently you seem to need something. Hey, you gotta poop. That toilet paper price is going way up. Like, I see you in here for toilet paper and you gotta shit. So we spike in toilet paper prices just for you right now. To decide what price to show you specifically. Two people can see different prices for the same thing based on... I like this. This whole different prices for the same product thing. I don't like that. I don't like that you can be shown a different price for the same thing based on like your device, your location. Oh, device. You use an Apple, everything's just a little bit more expensive. You'll pay for it. You've got an Apple, an Apple device, or past purchases. Like, what do? They just slowly increase the price of toilet paper until they find the degree you stop buying toilet paper, and then they use that. They just keep giving you that one. Two people could see different prices for the same thing based on inferences. Inferences? What? What's inferences? Give me a definition. An inference is the logical process of drawing a conclusion based on evidence, reasoning, and prior knowledge. What? Am I saying this wrong in my head?
Inferences.
Inferences. The logical process of drawing a conclusion based on evidence, reasoning, and prior knowledge. Inferences. Based on inferences about how much each will pay, the AI minister framed the concern bluntly. Your personal information should not be used against you for price gouging. Completely agree. I like why they're putting the legislation in. It kind of depends on how you word it. But I mean, they seem to be trying to tackle the problem I dislike. Here's the nuance. That's likely tripping up the coverage. Okay, here's a nuance that's likely tripping up the coverage you're reading. The bill doesn't actually ban it. The bill does not outright ban surveillance pricing, with the federal government stating that there could be potential benefits, such as the ability for retailers to offer targeted. You can't do this. It will price gouge. They will use it to price gouge. Even if there is a benefit, like the idea here is that you would have a product, and those that are wealthier or better off, you could charge higher on the product, and those that are poor and worse off, you can charge less on the product. And this way, everyone gets the product at a price they can afford. The issue you will immediately run into is that the average price will go up until they find their maximum limit, and then it'll go taper off. And what will happen is that everyone will end up paying more for the product. Like, that is what will happen. You have to stop this. You can't allow it at all. Even though there is statistically a benefit that you could get for people, that is not what people will see. If you allow this technology, it will price gouge, and they will price gouge massively. Like, what is it? There's these stupid like box treats. I don't know, like they're usually in the bakery section. You get like a little box of baked goods and little wrappers. I have seen the price of those skyrocket, and it's because they're finding out. Usually, you have something that enters the market. It enters cheap to get a consumer base, and then they increase the price to kind of find the supply demand curve at where exactly it is. Like, this will go poorly if you allow this. It will fundamentally end up with everyone paying more for the product. So the benefit of, some people can pay less, you won't ever see that. Yeah, they'll be paying less than the people that are paying significantly more, sure. But they're all still going to be paying more. Let's continue. Instead of a flat prohibition, it relies. So this is a good first step. Instead of a flat prohibition, it relies on the regulator's ability to define what counts as appropriate use, and as a way to balance the negative and positive impacts of surveillance pricing. So a personalized discount might be fine, while using your data to quietly mark up your price might not. And the new regulators get to draw that line. You gotta be so careful. You got to be so careful. Like, there was a time sports betting was banned, and they just found a way around it. No matter how you state this, they're gonna try and find a way around it, because surveillance pricing will bring them profits. That regulator is the third major thread. The bill gives oversight to a new digital safety regulator that was first announced when the government tabled its Safe Social Media Bill on June 11th, called the Digital Safety Commission in that earlier bill. This privacy bill would rename the Digital Safety and Data Protection Commission. Okay, one thing to verify. I'm not going to read the bill myself. A few things to keep in mind as you dig in. This is the Liberal government's third attempt at privacy reform. They have a majority now. Earlier bills in 2020 and 2023 died before becoming law. So C-36 is a bill not yet law, and it can change substantially in committee or fall entirely. It pairs with the separate social media ban on June 11th and the deepfake criminal bill C-16 we discussed. So the deepfake protections are spread across more than one piece of legislation. Okay, I'm trying to find it again. Social media. Safe social media. Is the Safe Social Media Bill law in Canada now? Safe social media. No, it's not law. It's still at the very early stages. Oh, okay, so I'll look into that another day then. I don't want to go too into that right now. I'm already over my 4 hours. Okay, well, I think I'm going to end it there. Thanks for checking out the stream. I hope you enjoy and have a good night. It was a couple depressing topics today, so we'll try and keep it less depressing next time. Oh, there was another one I had up. No, we'll have to do it another day. Alright, peace out. Have a good night. I gotta stop the vertical.